keep it open. No. Could you open it, please? You want it open? Yes. Okay. Hygiene measures, health reasons, absolutely. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon live from the Swiss Pavilion. My name is Dante Dorini. I'm here at the Swiss Pavilion project, working as a project manager, and today we are very happy to be hosting this fabulous event on mobility as a service. Before I dive into the topic, I'd like to introduce you to SwissNex. So SwissNex is an agency of the Swiss government which is promoting Swiss education, research and innovation abroad, and also connecting our university startups and innovative companies to equivalents from the innovation hotspots throughout the entire world. And as you know, the Expo and the UAE is one of the most innovative hotspots there are on the planet. And so we're very thrilled to be hosting our colleagues from the UAE University here in collaboration with the IGLUS Center and also the EPFL and the EPFL Middle East. So we're going to talk today about MaaS, mobility as a service, and we're going to be sharing best practices between the UAE, between Switzerland and throughout the world. And the aim of today is for us to start comprising a report from the different partners, which will then be published and which will serve as a nice bridge between different nations in the world to look at the future of MaaS in its short term, medium, and also long term. So I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Zenati, the Dean of the College of IT from the UAE University. Professor Zenati.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that nice welcome and for kind words. I want to say thank you. I'm honored to be here. We are also honored to have Professor Ali Murad, who is the Vice Provost of Research, and who has been playing an extremely important role here in this amazing event. Really, I've been many places in my life, and I have not seen something like this before. So congratulations, Dr. Ali. Very well done. I would like to thank everybody who is here. As our previous speaker said, we are doing a workshop in a topic that has been really researched and then talked about. There is innumerable workshops that happened. There's many things that actually took place the last decade or so. And the question is, why yet another shop about more or less workshop about the same thing? I think we have to acknowledge that there's some encouraging development in this space. If you have been following autonomous driving and all the things that have been happening recently, there is also awareness of transportation to be a very serious problem in the near future. And the United Nations puts it in one of the sustainable development issues that they have in the next 10 or 15 years from now. I think that's very important. But however, despite this progress that we have made, there's a lot to be done and remains to be done. Specifically, barriers regarding the realization what is really intended by MaaS. And you will see that hopefully this will emerge through our discussions, that even the definition about what MaaS is about still remains debatable in some way, and different people are introducing this concept in different way. For me, the reality MaaS is a journey that requires a comprehensive approach that includes three important things. The first one is strategic thinking. What I mean by that, new models, market models that are driven by collaborative effort, which is not happening here very often, and then involvement of the stakeholder at all levels of this effort. The second thing, I think this is most where the progress has been done, and in some way, thanks to the research money that Professor Ahmed is spending on the faculty, innovation and technology. I think you have to admit that there was amazing things that have happened in the space of autonomous driving and this, new technology about cars and vehicular technology in general. The question is, are these innovations centered toward the human needs and addresses the human aspirations when it comes to this technology? And finally, which we do always, I mean, the IT people, computer science, and the designer in general, unfortunately, they leave the regulatory issues to the last time. And that's a big, big problem, because if it's not done from the inception of your design, if it's done as an afterthought, you run into problems. And the best example for that is the internet. And then when the internet was designed, the people who put together the internet are geniuses in many, many ways. But they didn't tackle difficult questions, one of them security, mobility, but more importantly, the legal aspect. And that stuff has been added to the internet, and we're still struggling. I would say internet is 50% successful, because you can get 50% good stuff, but you also have to cope with 50% of the stuff that is not equally as good. So this workshop hopefully will build on current understanding and the recent development, and will explore the 3 dimensions. As I said, the goal here is just not to meet and greet each other and go away. I'm looking forward to hearing all this, your opinions and your contribution to this workshop, because the intention is to publish something that recognizes this event, but also says what are the most important issues that need to be addressed in order for that to make it available. And I will give a chance for. Do you have a microphone? Should I give you? Okay, good.
Here.
So, MaaS, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have decided we do this a little bit. You have to turn off the mic.
Okay.
We do this a little bit in a ping pong style. So we have organized this event together, and I'm really very happy that we have this collaboration, and hopefully long-term collaboration. We will get to these questions. Let me just briefly say a few words of introduction as well. I'm a professor at actually I'm a professor emeritus at EPFL, École Polytechnique. We have a campus here in Ras Al Khaimah. But EPFL is mainly an engineering university. However, I was fortunate to lead the College of Management of Technology, Policy and Technology, Management of Technology, as a political scientist in the engineering environment. So we really do this link between, as what Professor Zenati just said, you know, the governance of the technology and the technology itself. And somehow there needs to be a certain coherence between the two in order for technology to really be successful. So we believe in technology. We believe that all these new things, you mentioned autonomous driving, digitalisation more generally, we really believe that this has a huge potential to improve mobility for the citizens, for the governments that can better organize. But we also are aware that all this technology needs to be governed in order to ultimately be successful, which means regulations, policies, and things like that. So I'm also here in my capacity of IGLUS. You will see the logo there. Innovative Governance of Large Urban Systems. Umut is the manager of the IGLUS program. And this is really the context. I say we focus on the urban systems and then try to integrate technology into the governance of the large urban systems, where the real challenges are, as you just laid out, the mobility challenges, the pollution challenges. So from my side, I think thank you again for doing this together.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to work with you. There was a lot of preparation went in, so before we start, actually, I would like to thank everybody who's here who contributed, including the producer, by the way, who contributed to making this event very, very successful, because I don't think it's easy to do this, especially for different places and different countries talking and trying to get everybody to think the same way and then agree on what needs to be done. So the structure of the session, we're going to have keynote speaker, who will be presenting, sharing your thoughts, his thoughts with you. Okay, then they're going to have a panel, And this panel will focus on these issues. And I hope that you will find that there are different aspects and concepts that will be introduced, and some of them may be controversial, as a matter of fact. But the panel will pave the way toward the end for this fireside chat. You know, panels are usually have moderators, and moderators sometimes they get enamored with themselves, and then they start talking and stop the panelists from talking. So our chat here will do the opposite. The panelists will be actually everybody in the panel, and then we're going to hopefully focus on what emerges out of that panel. Then we'll follow up with another keynote speech. At the end of the day, as I said, we do the fireside channel, but the intention here is to gather all these thoughts and then start developing this document that I hope will provide some useful insights into this really extremely important. As I said, the United Nations has been touting this, and it has so many impacts, but 13 or 14 SDGs have been identified to be directly impacted by MaaS. Okay? So I think with that,
I just wanted to add a few things. So
Sure.
I mean, we are a very small group here. We want to have an open discussion like we usually do, but we are streaming this live, so we will not only be streaming, but we'll make a short YouTube out of it that can be used. We will produce a policy brief which draws on the main lessons that and that's a document that will be available for everybody. And you know, we will consider future publications, and for us it's just the first step for our joint collaboration between EPFL and UAE.
Okay, and we're counting on that.
Excuse me. So
Yes.
the viewers can ask questions via YouTube. If Matthias, would you mind repeating?
Sorry?
Viewers who are on YouTube,
Yeah?
they can ask questions directly in the chat, and this will be responded to.
Because it's live streaming.
Yes.
So if they have questions, they can write.
Okay, but somebody has to check that.
I can.
Yes,
Okay.
Dr. Manzoor.
I will do
Okay.
that. I will do
Okay.
that.
Okay,
Okay.
good. Please.
Okay. So the first one is the panel discussion.
No.
No, the first one is
So first one would be the
Professor.
keynote speech.
Okay.
Professor
Professor
Alahi.
Alahi.
So I can just
And then
take
you
over from
introduce
here.
him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Professor. So thank you. So thanks
You
a
have
lot.
to introduce yourself.
Yeah. Thank you so very much for a very nice welcome and setting the stage, both Professor Tayyib Zanati and Professor Matthias. So, as you know from the welcome, the structure is quite clear. So, our first keynote speaker would be, by the way, my name is Manzoor Khan. I'm assistant professor at CIT UAE University. Okay, let me go there. As Ms. Dant asked me, I guess it should be for the production then. Okay, so
That's what I said.
my name is Manzoor Khan. I'm with CIT, College of IT, UAE University. So as the structure was very clear from the welcome and setting the stage session, our first speaker would be online. He may already be joining online on the Zoom. So he is Assistant Professor Alexander Alahi with EPFL. He worked as a postdoc in Stanford for 5 years and has a PhD from EPFL. His research focus is on transportation in smart environment. So, Professor Alahi, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I don't see you, but I hope you see me.
Yes. Good.
Okay, great. And so let's also share my slides. What do you see?
Perfect.
You see slides?
Yes.
Fantastic. So I don't know if it's intentional, but we don't have any visual on you guys. So I don't know if there's a camera that should be turned on for the House of Switzerland, or I don't know. Okay, okay. So that's intentional. Good. Well, thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor. I'm actually extremely sad that I could not be physically there. I hope that there will be other opportunities to meet each other. I thought that I'm gonna start with a video that I find online, which I thought was very funny. It's about 3 minutes. I hope that you will be able to see it and hear it well. Let me play it.
This is Laura. She used to have a lot of CDs. Now, she has this instead. She also used to have loads of videotapes and DVDs. But now, she has this. She also had a car that she only used for special occasions and sometimes in her work. But now, she has this instead. And this. This is Lucas and his daughters. Lucas could not afford to have a car, which was rather inconvenient sometimes. Now that he has this, they can do this. And it's much smoother to do things like this. This is the Larson family. They used to have 2 cars, to clean and service, and look after. And on top of that, finding parking places near the office every day. But now they have this instead. And they've also got this to look after. So what is this? Well, this is a new service that gives you access to all available means of transportation in one single app and with just one bill. Take Lucas, for example. He usually takes the bus to work, but once a week he plays tennis with some old friends. Then he uses a bike between work and the sports arena. Laura is a dedicated biker. She loves to exercise before work, but in winter, she prefers the comfort of the train. Sometimes when she visits clients, she needs to use a car. Then, the travel costs can easily be split between private and work-related journeys. And at the Larson's residence, there are no more nightly calls when Lisa misses the last bus. She can easily get a taxi. Use buses, trams, ferries, trains, and shared bikes or shared cars, and taxi. Combine different ways of traveling. Let the app suggest route and means of transportation, and even sync it with your calendar. You will reduce your costs for traveling. You will be a lot more flexible. And at the same time, you are doing something good for the city and for the environment.
Voilà, this is about mobility as a service. I would have not been able to describe it better. So I hope you were able to hear the video and see it. I want to share this definition, one of the definitions for mobility as a service, integration of various forms of transportation services into a single one, accessible on demand. And basically, you can have multiple players, you can have multiple platforms that will decide to fuse, combine multiple sources of mobilities, modes. Sometimes they will talk to each other, sometimes they will not. And one of the challenge is indeed to be able to communicate, share information, have, for instance, open API about billing and about transactions so that many companies or service provider could merge their service together and work together. Perhaps, and this is also the goal of this talk, the most exciting service for me as an AI professor is the use of autonomous vehicle. How will autonomous vehicle impact this type of services? Will it even improve their usage, their quality? And are we there yet? Is it going to happen? So why autonomous vehicle will have an impact? Because if we look at the all-in cost per mile of vehicle services, we can do the math and we see that as soon as a car can be autonomous, its cost will reduce. And this is basically some study from almost 5 years ago now. But these numbers are quite attractive. So if we are able to enable autonomous vehicle, then we will be able to offer services that are extremely cost effective. Another nice opportunity when you provide a service that is potentially controlled by a machine or by a computer, you have room for optimization. You have room to search multiple solutions, solve an optimization problem, and maximize your objectives or minimize your loss functions, and therefore you can come up with solutions that are, for instance, extremely suited for carbon emission, whereas for us human it would have been very difficult to come up with this solution without having access to the global information, all the options, and calculating the cost. Yes. Okay. I heard someone. You're with me?
Yeah.
Awesome. And so one of there's two things that really excite me about mobility as a service. One is that regardless of autonomous vehicle, if I have access to many service provider and I can compute costs of travel, it can be cost with respect to time, with respect to emissions, with respect to speed, with respect to beauty of the path. Then the machine can select the most optimal option for my desire, for my personal desire, and I think this is basic thanks to the digitalization of the service. And the second one is, if it's autonomous, it's cheaper, and potentially even the service will be even better. Now, in the rest of this talk, I want to share my point of view on, are we there or not? Do we have the AI to enable autonomous mobility as a service? About now 6 years ago, AI started to be everywhere. Everybody was talking about it. It was definitely a booming moment, and companies, policymakers, governments all acknowledge that AI will affect all segments of our society, and the EU put mobility at a crossroads. This is Switzerland now, and this is the future envisioned by AI. A future where autonomous vehicles, such as self-driving cars, delivery robots, will reshape our last mile mobility, which is how we move humans and goods to their final destination. So why is it technically fascinating? Because we need to develop an AI that must learn to interact with us, humans powered with free will, coexist in safe yet efficient manner. The question is, are we there? So back then, a lot of people were saying that yes, autonomous vehicle will happen. It's already happening. We have the technology. You will see in 2021, it will be there. And Let me share with you some concrete example of what's happening. Here is our autonomous vehicle operating in a residential area, well known from the autonomous vehicle. And at time t, it's in autonomous mode. It works very well. And you can see that on the right, there is a pedestrian that looked at the car, looked at other cars, and suddenly decided to cross path, not on the crosswalk area. The autonomous vehicle was not able to predict this type of behavior, and the human controlling and monitoring the system had to take over, had to take an intervention to prevent collision. So why this happened? Let me give you a very crash course on the AI of autonomous vehicle. It's commonly based on two pillars. The first pillar is in charge of detecting objects, of understanding the current state of the world. For instance, we can detect this vehicle, the traffic light, the drivable area in green, and even the crosswalk. Where is the crosswalk? Now, given this perception, this perceived world, we have another pillar, the planning, that is in charge of selecting the most suited trajectory path, given what we perceive. And indeed, and the problem is it's missing a forecasting pillar. The AI needs to predict that regardless of the current state, I see that, for instance, I have a very beautiful drivable area. I know that in the next second, this pedestrian on the side will decide to cross path, and I'll need to rethink my planning based on my capability to predict the future. Hence, if I have this forecasting pillar, I can better plan a decision. And this is not happening. We struggle in the AI system of an autonomous vehicle to develop this forecasting pillar, to be able to do as good as humans in anticipating the future, in anticipating what will happen, and understanding even human free will. We are not able to perfectly predict the world, but good enough to make safe yet efficient decisions. Now I can play the devil advocate. You can tell me that, look, if you see such a pedestrian, you can code a rule that, well, slow down and let the pedestrian cross path. And I will show you that there are many scenarios where such policy is not possible. In fact, 98% of autonomous vehicle accidents nowadays are due to an unexpected stop because of high density crowd, because of seeing someone around the car that could potentially is too close or will cross path. In cities where traffic is dense, where bicycles are nearby vehicles, where traffic participants behave based on social norms and not based on only the driving book, such as my hometown in Paris, autonomous vehicle unexpectedly stop, making other driver crash into them. So what's missing? It's not a perception nor planning problem. I claim that AI cannot yet predict the future to effectively interact. What does predicting the future mean? It's predicting interaction, agent-agent interactions. For me, an agent is referred to as other drivers, other bicycles, other pedestrians, animals, any moving entity. And I like to refer to this as a social forecasting task. Now let me introduce you another autonomous vehicle, much smaller, but still very useful. Our little robot moving alongside pedestrian in Lausanne. Its application can be delivery. You can still move goods with this robot. It can assist humans in their mobility. And I argue that if we have the AI to enable our autonomous vehicle move in this environment, then we have the AI to move any autonomous vehicle. Why? Because it's a harder task than self-driving cars with respect to anticipating the future. The environment is not as structured as the highway and the roads. And the dynamic of pedestrian has much more non-linearity than vehicles. And again, if we apply the AI to this system, we see that when there's too much crowd, the robot freezes in close proximity and does not even comply with social norm. Here is an example of our robot. The perception pillar will detect this pedestrian. The planning pillar will say, okay, I detect 3 possible paths that are physically possible. I'm going to take the shortest one. Yet, AI must understand that it's socially not accepted to navigate between these 2 people talking to each other. And it must forecast the behavior of the left person to not cross path, hence take the right path. And the social forecasting pillar must address that, must address this challenge. If you combine all these pillars, the perception, planning with a social forecasting pillar, it will pave the way to a new type of cognition I like to refer to as socially aware AI. An AI that is able to understand human-human interactions or any agent-agent interaction. If AI and autonomous vehicle are powered with such intelligence, they will have the capability to imitate us, provide a sense of familiarity. And then the system will blend in and naturally interact with us in safe yet efficient manner. Now, is this good enough? Are we, again, if we are able to develop socially aware AI, are we going to have autonomous vehicle? Or let me ask another question. Is the system or the AI trustworthy? Researchers to solve this problem have commonly pursue system performance. They usually try to maximize accuracy as the main and sometimes only metric in the workflow. But because of the consequences of a mistake and of the sensitivity of the task, and such metric is not good enough. We cannot suppose that if I have good accuracy, then I can trust the system. We must look at other concepts like robustness. Is my system robust to any situation, to any environment, to any corner cases? And in fact, we are currently researching on new ways to be able to evaluate autonomous vehicle without necessarily putting the vehicle into the physical space and testing for its performance. We are thinking of, are there ways that if we have access to the AI, to the algorithms, can we test them in a way that we can say, look, your AI is failing in this situation, which is very possible in this environment, in this city. And in fact, we already have preliminary results showing that if we are able to generate the input artificially in a way that we can check if the algorithm succeed, then we can solve this requirement for an evaluation. And we can do this type of feedback saying that, okay, you gave us your AI of autonomous vehicle, we checked it, and we identify a scenario, a use case where you will fail. And this is an illustration of it. Your car is at this intersection, and its AI is predicting that it's okay to go straight, which will lead to a off-road and potentially collision. So you need to go back and still address this issue. We also need to have an AI that is responsible. What responsible means, it means many things, but one of the current challenge is, can the AI explain its decision? Explainability in AI. Can the output be interpretable in a way that we share rationales about the decision making process? The other challenge, which is also related to responsible, is ethical. Is our AI ethical, ethically aware? And I give talks and lectures, and I like to show you this experiment, which is, I show you this scenario. We don't talk. Right away, I ask you to vote. If you have computers and you want to run the experiment, please connect to this website, webspeakup.info. The room is the following, and you can just select A and B. What do you think the AI should do? And again, for simplicity, there are no other options. There will be a collision because of the physics of the constraint of the road. The question is, should the collision happen with these two people in A and lead to death, or with the person in B and again lead to death? Let me see if there are people voting. No, 0. So either you don't hear me or you're really not motivated to try. I'm gonna wait maybe 10 seconds to see if there is one connection. Sorry? Unfortunately, I don't hear you very well, but okay, let me continue. Usually, the answer to this is about 60 to 30% for one. I mean, between these two options. So 60% for A and 40% for B. So we don't have a universal ethic. And even in a crowd that is very, very educated and potentially from the same culture. We brainstorm, usually. Oh, I see 3 people voting. Okay, so it's 67% for A and 30% for B. Okay, at least you can hear me. Good sign. So then we brainstorm why we think it should be A, why we think it should be B, and we share use cases of the implication of implementing each of these policy. And people start to converge. And one argument against B is, if I know that my AI system will always minimize the number of humans, all I have to do is to be with a friend, cross the road at any time, and I know that AI will move and will crash into another person walking alone. So I will always be safe. So this is almost an adversarial solution, where if we implement the minimized only quantity, this can be used in a wrong way and potentially in a unfair manner. So when I share these comments and others' motivation, then indeed the crowd revote. You can let's see if you guys are still there. I'm gonna open another one, close the previous one, and I'm gonna ask you for the 4 people that connected to the system to vote again to see if they want to preserve their original decision. And you will. I'm monitoring, but I'm still gonna continue the talk. And usually we have a change of 80 to 20%. but we still have 20% that regardless of what you tell them, it's a sensitive, emotional decision. They don't want to change their decision. Now the question is, okay, so how should we implement these ethical rules? Should the government make a hard decision, policymakers, institution, car manufacturers, someone, some entity can say, okay, this is the rules, you accept it or not, it's up to you. Or can we have a system that when you enter the autonomous vehicle, you can share your own ethics. You can share what you want the car to do in these situations. So it would have been the same way as you're driving and what type of decision you would have made. So this seems to be quite appealing because we still potentially are able to reproduce your AI, your ethic and not someone else's ethic. And you could put and even claim that you'll be responsible for the decisions because you have communicated how you want the robot to behave. And now, so this is fantastic, but now let's go back to our motivation of using mobility as a service. So what if you have your autonomous vehicle that is coming, you want to use it, and it's a shared vehicle with other users? How will you agree on what should be the ethics implemented in the autonomous vehicle in these scenarios? And now we need to think about that. But surprisingly, when we use these existing human driver solutions, we don't necessarily worry about their ethics because we think that anyway they will be responsible. But here, this is also an open question. How should we implement ethics of mobility as a service, especially if everything becomes autonomous? I want to end with one final concept of acceptance. Will users accept this technology, this AI, this autonomous vehicle, given all the things that I just told you and all the challenges that we have? And I like to share this analogy that very likely you guys know, but the young generation does not, which is we currently have autonomous elevators. We call them elevator, but they are in fact autonomous. They used to be operated by humans, by drivers of elevators. And when the technology became available, possible in the early 19s, nobody would have wanted to use it. Nobody trusts the technology. And it's only because of a strike of the elevator operators that at one point people had to use it because there were no other options, and they started to develop trust. So acceptance for me is not necessarily a challenge or an issue given our past history of humanity using a new technology. I will finish here. I hope that I'm respecting timing. And so for me, one of the most exciting opportunity with MaaS is to combine it with autonomous vehicle. But then the autonomous vehicle needs to be socially and ethically aware and with a responsible AI to operate it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Elahi. I would open the floor for 2 questions if there are any questions from the hall or online questions.
Yes.
Okay. So
whoever talked, I could hear that person very well.
What I said is, thanks a lot.
But
for your
not the
talk.
rest of the people.
Thanks a lot for a very interesting talk, Professor Elahi. I'm opening the floor for 2 questions max. So if there is any questions, we'll entertain that question, please. Yes, Doctor.
After.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. This is a very interesting talk, especially when you bring in the ethically aware behavior or decisions that needs to be computed. So the question is, based on your experience and your expectation of what is ethically aware, do you think it is computationally feasible to make ethical decisions, wrong or right, or make a decision about whether you go for A or B?
That's a very interesting comment. This is my intuition. In the beauty with ethic, and maybe I don't know if you want to go to morality or not, but is we have tried to teach it to our kids, to our humanity. So we have potentially simple rules like respecting others, a simple rule, or simple hierarchy. In some culture, the ethics tells you that a human has more rights than an animal, and an animal has more rights than a vegetable or vegetation or a rock, and these are simple rules. Then their manifestation of other scenarios are quite complex, but if you're able to disentangle the key concept behind the ethics, which maybe are not that many, you will be able to implement the decision-making process. And for me, this is true for many signal reconstruction tasks. I think our world looks very complex. Our decisions, maybe our navigation looks complex. But the causality, the atoms that are generating what we see, I claim there are very few numbers of atoms and that are needed to generate what we see. And it's a matter of learning to combine them in many ways. But if you're able to understand these few atomic representation of your world, you will be able to show that it's computational quite feasible to then make decisions based on that.
Thanks a lot. Professor Matthias, I guess you had a question?
Yes, Alexandre. My field is really regulation. And we are now talking about the AI regulation. The EU Commission is preparing an AI Regulation Act. My question to you, isn't that a little bit premature in light of what you say? Are we putting the cart in front of the ox?
So, so is your question, is it immature? I mean, is it too soon to suppose that we will be able to have autonomous vehicle?
I mean, we're trying to regulate something that you are showing us we are not even technically ready to implement. So we're making rules for things that, and probably we're going to shape the technological development by making the rules without having waited for what is technologically possible.
First, I think that we should do it at any time. So why wait?
Okay.
I really believe that this is going to happen. There's so much human effort, resources allocated to solving this that it's happening. Now, instead of waiting to make sure when the technology is ready and think of the regulation, why not do them jointly?
Okay.
Why not do them in parallel? And the regulation, sometimes it's not that different from the past. I mean, our society has witnessed a lot of new technology that were scary for that time, but then they were able to come up with standards and quality control to make them happen. And here is just a matter that to be willing to allocate some time to define them and move forward.
So actually,
Thank
I
you.
want to push back a little bit on you because I want to make things controversial. People would say that AI, there is no bad AI. There is bad
There's no what?
There is no bad AI and good AI. There is only bad human or good human. Actually, to go back to your example, the reason we are debating this is because a passenger decided to violate the rules and then decided to cross the street instead of walking on the sidewalk. He just did the wrong thing. So there is no bad AI or good AI because AI is just a tool, so to speak. And furthermore, people say then really what you have to deal with is the same thing we deal with in every single day. People drive drunk and they hit people and the people die. As a matter of fact, Uber, first accident of Uber that happened in the United States was caused by the driver who's supposed to be sitting in that car was streaming a video and watching that video. That's what that happened. So it's really the AI. Would you say that the AI failed in this case or the person failed? I think the lawyer said the AI did not fail, the car did not, Uber cannot be sued. It is the driver that's sitting there that committed the mistake and the driver is going to jail right now. So do you agree that there is no bad AI and good AI, but there is bad human and good human?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that what defines good and bad is related to free will. So if a system, someone has free will, then it has the opportunity to make any decisions based on their impact. And I claim that AI system or any machine or robot will not have free will. They will be able to show us that they can make decisions out of many options, and the options can vary, but this has been coded. This has been implemented. They are not trying to reason based on their any free will and hence, as you said, there are tools, and as anything else is a tool, and anything can be used with free will in a bad or good way, and we need to indeed make sure that human free will is being used in and that we humans are not forgetting basically the ethics of anything we do.
Thanks.
I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah. Thank you so very much once again for a very interesting talk. Just to highlight here, on very similar topic of autonomous driving at UAU, thanks a lot to the Emirates Center of Mobility Research and the Research Center, that they are really putting a lot of efforts and budget for these activities. Thanks a lot for that. So now we are moving towards the panel discussion. As the topic, mobility as a service is really positioned or poised to be a game changer of industry, paving the path for transportation revolution. Now the question is, are we there yet? It was also mentioned by the speaker and in a very detail. So in this panel discussion, the experts will analyze the current trends, tested ideas, best practices and transformative approaches to shed the light on the future of transportation. So there are panelists. Our first panelist is Professor Tayyib Zanati. He is a professor He is the Dean of College of IT at UAE University. Prior to this, he was the professor and chair of Department of Computer Science at University of Pittsburgh. During his service at the university, he was selected as the Director of Computer and Network System Division at the National Science Foundation. He also led National Science Foundation IT Research Initiative, a multi-billion research program. So, Professor Zanati, the floor is yours. Yeah, the slide will be.
We're going to do it.
Sure.
Thank you. So I will be very short, but I'm going to raise a number of questions here. So you can see here there are two definitions of MaaS, and I picked those among many other ones that have been published or proposed in different reports. Some of them are strategic documents, some of them are actually research papers as well. MaaS is a seamless integration of various forms of transportation and transport-oriented services into a comprehensive, single and on-demand mobility service. So you can see that the focus here is really on the user. It's a user-centric view of what MaaS is supposed to be. And it's driven by an intelligent mobility system. So AI comes in here again as a critical component of this. And the whole thing is the distribution model is going to be a mobility service provider that offers aggregated service to the users, and the users can determine what's good for them. And then at the end, they will get the service that they need. Okay? But there is another definition which uses digital interface and shared data. So this shared data is extremely important because shared means that people should collaborate to achieve the common task, which is MaaS. The stakeholders should be able to share their data in order for them to come together and provide these comprehensive solutions, okay? And the purpose here is to manage the provision of a transport-oriented services that meet the mobility requirement of people. So this is, again, a system-centric approach that engages all the stakeholders to take action and be able to support that vision of MaaS. Okay, a little bit of context. I said this in my opening remarks. Relevant of transport to the UN SDGs. Everybody is familiar with UN SDGs, right? UN developed these documents, and then they looked what all the challenges that the world actually faces. And then they set agenda, which articulated by many workshops and all that stuff, to see what would be something that we can do so all human can live a decent life. And you can see that the transportation really weighs heavily on their programming and then our strategy to be able to allow for the sustainability, okay? So it's about 8 of the 17 sustainable development goals of SDGs are driven or influenced or impacted by the mobility, okay? And then many of them make either direct or indirect impact to this here. So there is also research that has been done by people who voluntarily. So when you say voluntarily, so you have to trust that they're not lying in a way, because they're giving this like voluntarily, and they reference the number of virtual national review, voluntary national reviews, reference so many things in there. Social equity is an extremely important thing. There are people who actually cannot I mean, even the United States, I remember when I was funding some research in the United States, I discovered that some of the Indians, the true Indians, the American Indians, some of the kids have to work in the weekend. They have to walk about 10 to 15 kilometers, about 5 or 6 miles, in order for them to get to the library, for them to be able to do their homework, have access to that. So it's not only the poor country, it's really in some places in the world, okay? There is the regional connectivity, the road safety, the urban access, and so on and so forth. And all of these things here mention MaaS as one possible solution to alleviate, or at least to mitigate, the negative impact with that. There's a lot of benefits for MaaS, and I'm not going to go through the details of them, okay? But in essence, what we're supposed to deliver is this type of service: support for public transit services. So you cannot possibly, at least not in the foreseeable future, not going to ignore the classic mobility options that we have, and all of a sudden they're going to give their cars and then start driving or sharing rides or sharing bikes and so on and so forth. I see the MaaS as an additional option for people to do so. For example, in California, I can assure you that if people have means to do this, okay, even though they have their own cars, but if they're going to be stuck in a congested highway for hours in order for them to go work, and they have means to do this in a more efficient way because there's some sort of a brain that will direct the transportation system and offer different possibility and have people aggregate their needs in order for them to share these devices, I think that would be very appealing. So this does not necessarily say you're going to lose your private car. No, you're going to opportunistically use whatever is available to you in that context in order for you to achieve whatever goal you would like to achieve, okay? And support for shared mobility service, I list many of them, including walking, by the way. And walking safely, it could become an issue, especially for female people. So resilient transport systems, if MaaS is achieved, it's going to be resilient for the reason I share here. If there is disruption, because you have multiple options, you can actually pick a different options. Whereas if there's disruption on the highway, everything stops. If an accident can stop everything, and all of a sudden you see congestion developing everywhere because it's not very well coordinated and orchestrated. You can also provide real-time system information. Real-time is the operative word here. And there are a lot of, like, I know that people in Japan and some in Northern Europe and so on and so forth, they're developing communication system that will guarantee continued communication in highway and interaction with the highway, as if like the highway and the cars are integrated into one ecosystem and get all the things that you need to do. And then assist authorities to optimize the resources as well. I was in Singapore, and I think at some point, before you get downtown, you have to pay a higher rate than actually if you were to stop and then park your car somewhere else, because it became unlivable. You cannot really circulate and do anything because they are a small country, and then the number of people is increasing, and the possibility of owning a car is becoming also something very affordable, okay? Sustainable transport systems go beyond personally owned cars and then have something that can last and can help people be where they're supposed to be in an easy way. Personalized, human-centric, this is another thing. And finally, the ubiquity and inclusiveness. Lots of people cannot afford to buy cars. And if they had to travel, they have to be packed. And if you don't believe me, go to DC and try to get on a metro. You have to be banging, to get to shove yourself in, especially if you go during, office hours. So there is also the stakeholders. That's a little bit of a context here. And the stakeholders, you can see here, there are people that we forget. Thank God for Mattis today. He's going to defend these regulatory people. But you have the autonomous operators, the mobile service providers. We have security issue as well. I mean, if you can reach this autonomous system out there, you're going to have to worry about that. You have the smart city and the impact of autonomous system in the smart cities. There must be also an integration, and I hope when the smart cities are going to be developed, that some of the thinking goes about how do we include and embed autonomous driverless cars in there. And then the manufacturing and the tow component. People are manufacturing these gadgets at will every day. I mean, GITEX, I've seen some cars. I thought I was like, some planet out there. You look at the car that was made. In order to understand what's at stake, now we can look at this here. You can look at the journey of a customer. So they're going to be planning that involves the operator review, the data sharing, and all the other information, the other services that are needed. And after that, there is the purchase, and you have to pay, or you have to do a contract of some sort, and so on and so forth. So that's another way of interacting with the system. The third one is the prior to journey thing, and that's the navigation, the geodata traffic or advertising, and in some cases the entertainment that you would like to be able to see while you're driving. And then you have during the journey itself, you do what has been referred to many years ago as infotainment. That was like a huge buzzword about 10 years ago, and everybody wants to do. And that's really what I said, the integration of the internet, the highway, and the cars in one single unit, where your kids can be watching 2 different movies and you can drive, safely in the highway without having them bother you. And then the post-processing. What happened now if I requested this service on demand in a real time? How do we deal with that? These components have to be there. For now, these components are provided by different people. And that is my concern. So in essence, if you look at the MaaS main components, you have the ticket and payment, you have the mobility package, where prepayment package and time or distance-based type of cost that has to be looked at. You have incentives in order for people to buy in. Because when you create a technology, the first thing they have to worry about, and so many great technologies have died because they were thought without the user or the consumer needs in the mind, okay? So, and then the mobility service, when they are combined, and then if you have different providers, how would you do that? Access to the service information. What application? Is it going to be an online interface? What type of things that will give you this? And how can you make it available and accessible and easy to use to everyone, and not only those savvy who use the internet? Because at the end of the day, inclusiveness and serving these people who are deprived is one of the biggest issues there, okay? So these components have a strong impact, and there's lots of studies that have been done on this here. They have strong impact on the user's adoption of this technology, and then the behavior and the mode of choice to do that. And the question is, can AI help in this domain, okay? So because of these components, people actually came up with different levels of integration. The first level is no integration. Different people are doing different things. Competition is really wreaking havoc, and everybody wants to do things, build the better car, and they make prices, blah, blah, blah. So there's no integration, and that's going to be devastating. But recently, people start talking about integration. What does that really mean? Integration of information, because there are, again, multiple stakeholders and multiple customers are coming there. You should be able to share information about people. If you're going to provide the service, especially if you do it real time, and if you're going to enable the authorities to be able to respond quickly to disruptions when disruption occurs. The next thing is booking and payment. I shall talk a little bit about that. And then the third level of it is service offer integration. And here they have the bundling and subscription, how we handle it, and all the things that we do when you get services, and pay-as-you-go type of models and all that stuff. And finally, the social, regulatory, and environmental integration, which is kind of lacking right now, even though there is some effort to reduce the CO2 emission of cars and all that stuff. But there's a lot more to that, okay? So what are the challenges here from my perspective? First thing, if you talk to different people, even within the driverless and the autonomous system, like Toyota and all this manufacturing in Germany, in France, and everywhere else, and you ask them about what do you mean? And it can go from autonomous driving, right, all the way up to everything I talked about, packaged in some seamless, integrated way, okay? So that really is kind of wreaks a bit of craziness, of confusion of the users, because they don't understand what's being offered and why should I give up my car in order to get what, okay? And that what happens is also a possibility for interoperability between them, because they're not really working together based on some common understanding. It doesn't have to be. So there's a difference between us understanding what MaaS is and how it's implemented. The implemented is going to be where the competition actually happens. If I'm smarter than you, I'm going to take this concept that we agree is the right one, and I'm going to implement it in a more efficient way than you do. And that's how I'm going to win. And usually competition is good because it's really the survival of the fittest, so to speak, and that's good for the customers. The second thing is lack of a strong argument for economic viability. That doesn't exist right now. People say, oh, this is great. Why is it great? I believe personally that there is a strong argument to be, there is a high value proposition to be made there, but I haven't seen it yet. Mostly because people, again, are driven exclusively by creation of digital software and hardware and gadget and all that stuff, which is not bad, but there is no kind of tying into this. Almost like there is, just like the speaker who talked now, his focus was on autonomous system, and because he has a belief, rightly so, that autonomous system is a big component. But I think the next thing actually touch upon ethics and all that stuff toward the end, but it should be done much, much better. Okay? So the current offering of MaaS leave a lot to be desired. If you look at what MaaS is here, really people say, okay, there's a hype, right? Books, glamorous pictures, amazing cars, and I can see them in front of me. And at the end, I share a bike or a ride, or say, I have to go and then walk and then get the bike that is tied to some sort of a pole there and drive it and make sure that I return it on time and struggle what card I'm going to use in order for me to pay and all that stuff. So you see that the reality and the vision are a little bit far apart right now, and we need to do that to some extent, okay? And more importantly, it obfuscates the potential and the enormous benefit of MaaS. Because people now, look, when I don't see things happening realistically, my trust erodes, goes away eventually, and then I give up. I don't think we got to there, but I think that's something we have to. The second thing is a holistic first and last mile solutions. Again, we should not decouple these, and have something that will provide me for the beginning, but not toward the end. This requires strong partnership between the different stakeholders. As I said, is currently not doable. Okay? So we need a clearly defined comprehensive framework for standardization. And also, hopefully it's not going to be a de facto standard, but it's going to be some standard that actually reflects the public interest as much. And the need for an open market-driven collaboration. I mean, the market is centralized, hybrid of some sort, or actually moderated or aggregated, and then third one will be open market. And I think it has been proven time and again that open markets is the best way for success. And finally, this narrow portfolio of services that really are not seeing where digital stuff and AI and data science are going. If you look, some of the services, they seem trivial to me. There is no effort to go beyond the trivial and to do that. So I hope that we can look at these challenges and we address them and then see how best, what needs to happen for us to have an economically feasible, human-centric, profitable MaaS of the future that will help address some of the concerns that the United Nations has raised in those documents. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor. Thank you. So, thanks a lot, Professor. Our next speaker is Mr. Manjunath. So Mr. Manjunath is a computer system engineer. He worked in Broadcom. He did his MBA from UK. And since then, he has been the director of Faitiq India. So Mr. Manjunath, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for inviting us over here. So, yeah, as the professor was talking about MaaS, and then we had another professor talking about autonomous as a service, So I'm here to bring you back to the current state. So what we believe is public transportation as a service and why it is very important for us to provide this. Okay, so I mean, just a brief, like, we all know about MaaS. Like, on the one end, we have all the fancy features to plan, choose, and pay, basically, and on the other end, we have multiple operators operating multiple things, like including public transport, and in between, there is a consumer who basically wants to go from point A to point B, right? So while developing all these features, technology companies are developing based on their understanding of what the competence of what a technology can do, while on the other end we have public transport operators who are kind of away from technology and don't really understand technology. So what we try to do is understand the wants and needs of a consumer. So why basically he makes that decision to go from point A to point B. Is it for work? Is it for leisure? Is it for, I mean, generally to shopping? So this is very important to understand what his choices are going to be. So based on his needs, you can determine what choice he will make. So at the end of the day, there are only three choices. One, you either use complete private transport or you use a shared transport. And in between these two is a very important critical thing. That's a public transport, right? And we need to use technology to solve this major chunk of, people who actually use public transport. And this is a largest segment that today exists. People who go to office day in and day out on a regular basis who use public transport, while we are not really concentrating on that need. And this gives us this raises the question, what are we trying to achieve with MaaS, right? Congestion, sustainability, or provide multiple choices. So then today, what we believe personally is public transport exists today, no matter how broken it is, and we want to solve that simple problem of making users' public transport journey as simple as possible. And this all starts with ticketing, right? So what we try to do is connect between a public transport operator and a consumer and make public transport operators easy to sell their tickets, and also consumers to easy to make a travel. So all you have to do is open the app, swipe in, get in multiple modes of public transport, and then at the end of the day, your payment is done. So making his journey seamless is the fundamental thing that we want to achieve. While other things which can lead to MaaS is understanding the user's mobility pattern, right? Right now we know public transport exists and people are using public transport, and the first and last mile connectivity can vary. But at the end of the day, understanding this backbone of each city is important to how you're going to design those first and last mile choices to consumers. So unless we don't understand this critical backbone, we can't design a better choice. And that's what we are trying to help operators design, the first and last mile choices. So how do we do that while simplifying ticketing, right? So we use something called as a transport mode detection. So right now we identify if a person is traveling by bus, by metro, or by car, or is he taking a walk, or is he taking an e-scooter. But we charge only to the public transport, but this can actually lead to the first and last mile connectivity. Like if you identify, you can charge them later. And that's what Faitiq is, trying to do with the basic for the other fundamental level of simplifying mobility. And this is not all, and the whole process of traveling is a chore. At the end of the day, we just want to reach the destination. It's a chore. So how do we make this chore even more interesting? In terms of there were a lot of sustainability goals that were being talked about. So will people be influenced if we showcase that his or her journey over the month has actually saved so much of CO2? These small features which actually can be implemented and can show results on tomorrow and day after tomorrow is what leads to greater innovation in the later. So that's what we are planning. We are doing in terms of the first step at the very fundamental, simplifying ticketing, and then gamifying the whole travel process, right? And while we do this, the most important aspect, since we are we are targeting the major chunk who are the daily office goers and daily public transport users, we need to incentivize them. Yeah, it's good that I saved so much of CO2 the month, but at the end of the day, how much did I save financially? Because these are the people, for them money also matters. So where public transport operators can incentivize directly to these users, that helps them to even increase their footfall at the end of the day. So yeah, so it's all good, but users, everybody wants more and more and more, and that's what we are trying to do, is like, how can we delight users, public transport users at the end of the day? So we offer solutions like a corporate mobility solutions, where corporates can pitch in to the whole effort of make as simple as like Mercedes-Benz, which gives a public transport voucher credits in Switzerland for everybody who buys a car. So like, you're pushing a private car owner to use public transport by giving him a credit. So that makes them to come to use. So what we are targeting is not only simplifying the daily public transport users, but also getting in people who don't use public transport. And why don't they use? Can gamification help? Can incentivizing help? Or can delighting them help? So at the end of the so these small things, which actually, the small features which actually don't appear to be great, but actually impact a lot. So it's always like, it's a human tendency, right? Something that I don't expect and I get leaves a major impact on me, rather than something I expect, and even if it meets my expectations somewhere, I'm not happy about it. So that's why we believe in delighting users. So while we cater to all the users, at the end of the day, like, we need public transport operators to actually provide service. Like, we are a technology provider. We can give ticketing as a service. We can give multiple features, but the public transport operators are the one who operate those buses, who need to service that. So for them, we provide enough tools for them to understand the customer needs and then decide what to do. So this actually lays the foundation for what we're talking about, MaaS, of solving the first and last mile connectivity. And this also helps the MaaS providers to actually place bikes or e-scooters or shared cars anywhere at a strategic location, so everybody is benefited from this. So yeah, once again, thank you so much. And
so much for the interesting talk. So our next speaker is Cassius Castellino. He is with Swissnex India. He is a public and urban transportation specialist. He has worked with the World Resource Institute of India, World Bank India, and a Gateway House. So Cassius Castellino would be online. I guess he is already there. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone who is joining us today from all around the world. I wish that I could be there physically, but I'm sure there will be other opportunities presenting themselves and we can meet in person. About myself, I'm Cassius Castellino, and I'm the Program Manager and Energy and Urban Transport Specialist for the University Partnerships team at Swissnex in India. And I'm glad to be a part of this event in the presence of these esteemed experts and panelists. So let us now move to the presentation. I'm going to be talking about, giving you a brief overview about mobility as a service, the current state in India, and the opportunities for different organizations, companies, and access to a large market. So let me first start with a very simplified definition of mobility as a service. For me, mobility as a service is a seamless way to get from point A to point B by combining the various available mobility options. That's a very simplified definition. However, we can go beyond this definition and we can describe MaaS as being demand-driven and a distribution model which is delivered through a single interface platform through a service provider. An ideal MaaS platform seeks to offer a tailored service package based on the needs of the user, just like that of your mobile service plan. Now, optimization is at the core of mobility as a service. We are always trying to seek out an equilibrium price, trying to match supply and demand. And since mobility as a service is demand driven, there can be better optimization of the available services. Now, let us also look at the key components of mobility as a service. Yes, so we are looking at buying mobility services instead of vehicles. Currently, India is witnessing a clear rise when it comes to shared mobility. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. So I'm talking about the buying of mobility services, and India is clearly seeing a rise of the shared mobility economy, both in the two-wheeler and four-wheeler segment. Buying of mobility services in public transport is still at a very nascent stage currently. And this provides a unique opportunity for companies like Faitiq India, who offer unique ticketing solutions. And they are doing some good work in India, Europe, and they're trying to access the markets in Southeast Asia as well. Yes. Sorry, I'll have to just pause for a moment. I can't seem to get this on full screen. I've been trying for a while. Yeah, just excuse me. Yeah, I hope this is better now. Yes. Okay, great. Yes, so next is India severely lacks interconnected public and private transportation services. And again, this is an area of opportunity. So personalized application services, dynamic journey management, flexible payment solutions, transactions, journey planning solutions is still an area of exploration for India's transport infrastructure, and it clearly is lagging behind. So definitely there can be a clear plug-in for organizations who are planning to enter the Indian market. Mobility as a service by nature is demand-driven instead of regulated supply. So again, dynamic routing and demand-driven supply will enable efficient use of resources, especially in the public transportation space. We can see a clear disruption and transition in the micro-mobility space in India. However, we are not seeing it as much in the public transport space. The state transport units, which are looking at managing the bus services, desperately need to update their ITS systems, the intelligent service systems, and integrate analytical tools into their monitoring systems. So again, an area of opportunity. Yes, so optimization is at the core of mobility as a service. The slide is quite self-explanatory. Now let's look at the trends in India's mobility sector. What we are witnessing is an exponential push being given to electrification, and mobility service providers were the worst hit during the COVID-19 outbreak because the government gave a huge policy push. There was a lot of incentives being given to private companies, but the pandemic put a halt to these advances. However, now the situation is improving and companies in the segment are aiming to accelerate some of their larger plans and take the green route. Mobility companies are expecting a strong recovery in the electric vehicle segment and are now doubling down on their efforts. Just to give you some numbers, Uber India plans to have approximately 3,000 electric vehicles and auto rickshaws, which are tuk-tuks, across the 2, 3, and 4-wheeler segment on its platform by the end of 2022. Similarly, two-wheel urban mobility solution provider Bounce, which is currently one of the biggest two-wheeler mobility service providers, is transitioning their entire fleet to electric two-wheelers by the third quarter of 2022. And it is collaborating with various local indigenous companies when it comes to production of electric motors for its fleet. There is also a rise of the used car market in India, and people initially were avoiding public transport when the pandemic broke out and were choosing to commute in their own vehicles. And this behavioral change was seen throughout the world, especially people who could afford, and also young millennials. Now, the young millennials, instead of paying high upfront costs and going through the process of expensive loans, are preferring pre-owned cars. And this is a big market to be explored in the country. According to a report by KPMG, nearly 22.5% of consumers who had planned to purchase a new car will now go for a used vehicle. Next, of course, which is at the core of mobility as a service, is adoption of the subscription model. Leasing and subscription models are clearly gaining a lot of favor and popularity amongst Indian millennials, who are obviously seeking greater flexibility and convenience, and seeking for mobility services on beck and call. The shift towards an asset-light lifestyle is driving a demand for such mobility models. Now, as the global economy is facing a recession due to the pandemic, subscribing for a mobility service or even a car rental might seem to be like a smarter choice than buying a car, and hence works out to be substantially cheaper than buying a new car upfront. So pay as you go is clearly the way forward for India's millennials. Then there's an increased share of personal mobility solutions as well. And this includes micro mobility solutions. So electric two-wheelers is something which gained a lot of popularity during the pandemic due to the need for social distancing and personal hygiene. So consumers were preferring to drive private vehicles in the short and medium term, but the growth is expected to plateau in this year and also in the long term, given the adoption of other mobility models and the kind of dynamic policy making which is being seen at the national level in India. I just wanted to show you a picture of peak hour traffic in Delhi so that it makes it very relatable to you. And just to tell you, Delhi is the city where you can see transit-oriented development happening at its core, but yet you see this kind of peak hour traffic in the city. Now let us look at the kind of innovation we are seeing in India's public transportation systems. One unique move which the central government has made is introducing the National Common Mobility Card. Now, this can be a huge game changer because the metros in India, the metro cities, are investing a lot in building their core transportation systems. Now, what I mean is metro systems, also investing extensively in their bus systems. So the state transport units are spending a lot of funds, allocating a lot of funds for the metro and the bus systems. So this National Common Mobility Card was introduced with the objective of making Indian cities truly multimodal in nature. This idea was conceived by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which is under the ambit of the central government. Now, what the mobility card seeks to cover is mobility segments like the bus, metro, suburban rail, toll, parking, smart city solutions, and retail. This is similar to the Oyster card in London and the Cacao card, which you see in Seoul. The National Common Mobility Card is also contributing extensively to India's Smart City Mission, which is another initiative by the government to have IoT-enabled cities with transport-oriented development driving this change. Another feature of the NCMC card is the automated fare collection feature. And this is becoming a reality as mobility companies can plug into the infrastructure which is being created by the government. So this is a very ambitious project which is still in its nascent stages. And you will see my next slide, only Delhi Metro, the Delhi Metro network has fully adopted this. And this is expected to be fully integrated into the Delhi Metro system by the end of 2022. And the Delhi Metro is India's second oldest and largest metro system. This card will also prevent people from carrying multiple cards while traveling in different cities and provide for a seamless service. Other Indian cities are also seeing the success of this card during the pilot phases and the testing. And Mumbai Metro, which is expected to be the second biggest metro system in the country, is collaborating with MasterCard and Axis Bank. And they have launched the One Mumbai, One Metro card with the objective of achieving multimodality. The Mumbai Metro project is being extensively funded centrally and also by private players. And the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, is also funding this project. The city clearly has ambitious plans and has been collaborating with think tanks, private organizations to expand its public transport capabilities through an expansive metro project. The Kochi Metro Rail Corporation has also launched the Kochi One mobile app, which can plug into the NCMC card infrastructure. So clearly you can see with this trend, Indian cities are adopting and accepting multimodality. And they know it's going to be the core of their transportation systems, especially with the rise of, with the increase in private vehicles, with the rise of micro-mobility. So the government clearly has had to invest in the digital infrastructure. You will see that in my latest slide where I talk about the Smart Cities mission as well. And also, just to mention, in my previous role as a mobility specialist at World Resources Institute India, I was part of this unique project called STAMP, which stands for Station Access and Mobility Program. Now, this was a collaborative effort by WRI, startup incubators and government to bring out the best solutions in urban mobility in the country. It is currently being organized every year, and it is being run in a challenge format with solutions being offered, grants, and along with an opportunity to work with city governments, as well as with the Department of Urban Land Transport in India. Just want to give you a snapshot of the modal share when it comes to Indian cities. As you can see, in India, people choose to walk and use public transport. In other cities and countries, you have a choice, preferably you have a choice. But in India, we have a lot of affordability constraints, and not everybody has the luxury to afford even private modal services. And for this very reason, multimodality in public transport is key, with micro-mobility services expected to play a key auxiliary role to provide a comprehensive transport infrastructure. And also this report by the Council of Energy, Environment and Water and Shakti Foundation clearly highlights the importance of public transport and walkability. So providing a very good walkable infrastructure in and around the metro systems and doing a deep dive analysis on the infrastructure around the core public transport systems in cities becomes paramount. Now, these are the barriers to using public transport. And as I mentioned, the quality of infrastructure around the metros becomes a huge issue in Indian cities. It also becomes an issue of road safety. And the second issue you will see is the frequency of service of bus systems in the country. With the rise of millennials and the rising upper middle class in India, people have started to afford micro-mobility and private mobility solutions. And because of that, you're seeing an increase in private modes of transport. So to negate that, probably you will have to ensure that the current metro systems and the bus systems are optimized to the convenience of the end user. This is an area where Faitiq as a company has huge potential and opportunity, and they're currently exploring the same in Indian cities. Also, the city governments are earmarking large amounts of funds to ambitious public transportation projects, and providing incentives and last mile connectivity services will go a long way in increasing the ridership across the different public transport systems which are existing in our cities. Now we look at the expected mobility drivers for the country. What we are seeing is, on the policy side, there is an extensive and ambitious FAME 2 scheme, which is the faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicle scheme. This scheme was originally intended for a period of 3 years and which is supposed to end on 31st March 2022. However, it was extended earlier this year by a period of 24 months till 31st March 2024. The government is trying to extensively push for the manufacturing of electric vehicles indigenously, and the scheme has an outlay of USD 1.2 billion. So clearly, it's a very ambitious project which seeks to provide incentives for manufacturing in India. Also, next, another policy. Hello? Yeah, sorry, I just heard something. Yeah, the next policy which I want to mention, and which is key for adoption of a multimodality in India for Indian cities, is the National Policy on Transit-Oriented Development. So the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs introduced the national policy in 2017, and this, yes? Yeah, sure. Yes, so let me just go on to the Smart Cities mission, which I think would be relevant. So the government has launched the Smart Cities mission in 2015, and it is the main objective of this policy is to improve the life in cities by promoting a sustainable environment for smart solutions. So this includes transit-oriented development, IoT solutions in the transportation sector. Now, for cities to acquire funds under this policy, they need to comply with the National Urban Transportation Policy, which was launched in 2014, which is basically a rule book for urban transportation solutions in Indian cities. And let us now look at digitization. So clearly, there is fair integration which is happening in India. NFC systems are being introduced, and you are seeing a lot of technological progress in the micro-mobility space. However, we are not seeing that extensively in the public transportation space. And if a push for these kind of solutions is given by the central government, companies like Faitiq would benefit hugely with the kind of work they are doing, and they can introduce a seamless fare and ticketing system. My concluding thoughts now, I believe that transportation systems can be quite complex, as we've heard from other speakers. There is autonomous, intelligent, there's AI, there is autonomous vehicles, you will see ticketing solutions, and of course, policy forms a big chunk and component of this entire mobility as a service paradigm. So we have made great strides across the world. However, my personal belief is that last mile feeder services is the final puzzle in the jigsaw, and a good last mile connectivity system will enable Indian cities to have a well laid out transportation system. Only then I believe we can truly call it smart mobility for smart cities. That's about it from my end. Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. So our next speaker is Dr. Ayman Samadi. He's the director of MENA at Center of Transport Excellence, UAE. He's responsible for the development and implementation of UATP's service and research program in the Middle East and North Africa region. He serves as the membership base of transport authorities, operators, industry, and consultancy. He holds a PhD in transportation engineering. So the floor is yours. He is also online.
Thank you very much. I must apologize. I have to run in 5 minutes exactly to another appointment. And I'm sorry I'm joining you also virtually. I don't have a presentation, so I will speak for the next few minutes a little bit to kind of collect things maybe and summarize and share the perspective of the UITP, which is the International Association for Public Transport. As you know, we involve all the stakeholders involved in urban mobility. And to me, I guess, just to kind of redefine a little bit the concept of mobility as a service, I believe it is really a natural evolution that was caused by the growth in digitalization. And probably all of you recall, 10, 15 years ago when we started hearing about Uber and other service providers, they were referred to as disruptive technologies. They really, provided a wake-up call, if you will, for the sector. And so the transformation that we are looking at is that going from fixed, rigid services where we are telling the users, here's what we have. We have a metro that runs on a certain schedule. In order to catch a bus, you have to walk 200 meters, 300 meters, etc. Go to the bus stop. You wait 5 minutes or 10 minutes per the schedule and you use the bus. If you want to use a taxi, you have to go to a taxi rank, or you have to, if you're lucky, to hail a taxi. And many of us know who traveled across the world. If you are in a large city, especially during the peaks, it's very hard to find a taxi. And so on and so forth. And in reality, the users, with the introduction of the, we call them transport network companies, such as Uber, they got used to the concept that they should be able to determine when they travel, how they travel. And so this is first of all, having some control, having the flexibility and having options. And so mobility as a service really came to take advantage of this trend, if you will, and also to compete because they were, at some point, some cities in the US, I heard the professor speak about the US and California specific, some smaller cities who were dealing with the burden of providing public transportation to a small ridership segment, where the majority of people were relying on their private vehicles. It is not economically feasible. So you're asking the transport operators to provide a service for a few people, and so economically it's not possible. You're looking at a lot of subsidies, and the people are not happy because the service is poor. So you have a two-way equation where nobody is happy. And so for us, mobility as a service, it's about integration, number one. It's integrating all the different services. And of course, it is favoring sustainable urban mobility modes with public transport being at the core, and building around it so that we are realizing the policies, the strategic policies of a city or a region, because this is also very important. If we are moving towards sustainable mobility, it's very important for whether it is an organizing authority or a transport authority, etc., that we are exercising the right policies to encourage sustainable urban mobility, so that we have a balance, if you will, in the system. And that balance can only happen if we are providing the right options and we are providing a seamless interface. And on the other hand, for the users, then we are providing excellent service, easy interface. There was talk from my colleagues earlier about payment systems, about mobile applications. We have so many successful platforms that are in operation today that demonstrate this. So you could be looking at a variety of options to move around, including shared vehicles, and they could be autonomous, they could be electric, but the core of it is this integration. And indeed, there's a lot of data exchange that has to happen. And there has to be trust, because you are dealing with multiple operators, and commercially, operators, they don't like to share their data, even with the regulating authority. So imagine sharing data with other operators, with competitors. So there's got to be some extra value for them, and the operators who have been operating under this ecosystem in the past few years have seen the benefit by increased users. So regardless of where you sit within this formula, MaaS promises to increase the business. So there is really a notion, like I said, of integration, and it's something that will continue to happen, and the technology is only making it easier by providing this connectivity. So what we see at UITP clearly is that this indeed is a trend that will continue. It has a lot of requirements for success. Clearly, there is the policy strategic level that has to be exercised, like I said, by some kind of an authority. Then you need to have the right regulations, whether it is related to autonomous specifically or how these services are handled, the service standards. There are different business models for doing this as well. It could be one of the large operators in a region or a city that could be the provider of MaaS, or it could be an extra layer, an additional layer, a third party, if you will, that deal with the different operators. We have also some models, including Dubai, where the government or the authority establishes the platform. And they deal with the operators as well. So there are so many different models, but the key concept is keeping the customer in mind, providing the flexibility, providing the integration so that it is absolutely seamless, and then there's extra value for every stakeholder in this formula. So this is what I would like to share with you. I hope it's helpful. And like I said, I apologize because I have to jump to another meeting. I'll stay around for 1 or 2 minutes in case there are questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Are there any questions for Doctor? Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. So you've spoken about sharing data and the need to share data in this particular context. But the side of the user was not mentioned, neither in your talk nor in any other one. So what about data privacy in general and users' privacy, who are the ones generating this data?
Thank you very much for this question. Indeed, I probably mentioned trust. I mean, it's almost like a contract where you are specifying what will be shared and what will not be shared. And I 20 years ago, maybe, when I was working in the United States and we started working on intelligent transport system, everybody was worried about, privacy and Big Brother, etc. And you look where we are today, and it seems like we gave up, some of those notions of how we worry or how we consider our privacy, because anybody who has a mobile phone, as you know, has zero privacy, whether by choice or whether by all the different apps that are looking at what we are doing. So indeed, though, there are provisions within these arrangements, and this is why I mentioned at the top the need to have the regulations and the need to have this public layer that will ensure the service standards, and indeed whatever policies, whatever standards are there for data privacy, for whatever community you are looking at, and that varies, of course, by community, they need to be adapted in the system, indeed. So, some of us may be willing to give up some privacy for the sake of convenience. Some maybe not, and they will have different functionalities, degrees of functionalities of the system.
We have no choice. You're making all this necessary to life so that we have no choice. Like, what I'm hearing from you is that there's no choice. Like, we have to give in. And also
I didn't say that, no. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that there are standards for privacy in each community, and those standards have to be implemented in the system. Okay. Then at the individual level, voluntarily, I may choose to give out more data about myself to get tailored service. So, I mean, it's a choice that I make. I'm not forced to do it. Okay. I didn't say that there's no.
So how do you operate within the GDPR laws, I guess? Or maybe I should ask it for the panel later.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you so very much for your time. And if you're around for the fireside chat later on, we'll be happy to have you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Could you please? Oh, I'm sorry, we lost him. He might.
No, I was going to ask him because he talked about business models. He actually raised quite a few questions.
Microphone.
I know you're going to say something about that. And the trust that will be shared, but also he said the public layer. He talked about a public layer, that will be set a kind of an arbitrator between all the stakeholders in order for them to achieve something. And actually, I was going to ask him, would he be willing to write something about that?
So we may then
But we'll contact him.
mail,
Yes.
So there is a small change in the agenda, and that is we'll be having a break after the speech, visionary speech.
Professor Manzoor,
Yeah.
if I may. So,
Sure.
what we're going to do right now is have a break, and then we will be resuming it
Take him.
at 4 p.m. Thank you.
We have 1 hour break.
Are we offline? Okay. So, what we have a last minute change in the sense that.
How long is the break?
So right now we're going to have Florian Trusch from Schindler, leading figure of Schindler, who's going to give us his presentation right now. Now, the thing is, he can't do this recorded because he's going to share exclusively industrial information. So that's the reason why we cannot record this. And so, Dr. Florian,
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, MaaS is a solution. The question is, MaaS is a solution for what? For what problem?
Yeah.
And for whom?
Yes. So if MaaS is a solution, what is the problem? I mean, that's the way.
And who has the problem?
Exactly. What is the problem? The nature of the problem? Who's suffering from this problem? Or is it just, again, we have opportunities to create technology, we're just creating it. That's what it is. So think about not only technology, but the human dimensions and then the other stuff. I mean, one of the speakers, I think he brought up this public layer in the infrastructure. If you look at a lot of the models that have been proposed, there is no public layer there. Public layer was some of the issue that Dr. Fida raised in terms of some of the issues that were raised here is privacy, and privacy is extremely important. And I can see that people are repeating the same sense again. I mean, as if like we have to give up on our privacy. It doesn't, no. Privacy for me is a way to manage data with accountability, really. Because for now, when I say I want to have private life, it doesn't mean that I'm having something to hide. I'm not fearful of committing. If somebody committed a crime, I would like to find out about this person, and I would like him to be in jail. The problem is if your information lands in the hands of a bad person, that person can take advantage of that fact and do things that could be harmful to you. Okay, here for this system, you're going to be sharing, cars, rides. You're going to be sharing mobility with lots of people and so on and so forth. And there is a huge privacy implications in there. Companies and stakeholders will be competing with each other, will be also sharing the data. Remember, we're supposed to be providing information real time for people who are driving. We're supposed to be providing information real time to authorities in case there is disturbance, there is anything like that for the country. The question is, where does privacy belong in here? Okay, so those are two issues that we can explore for a while.
Then I stop. But we were joking when we listened to Schindler. Each of these elevator has a camera in there.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's filmed.
Yes. Okay, so who wants to take this one? The first or the second question?
From the audience or from the participants?
Whatever,
From
maybe we can
everybody,
ask.
including yourself here.
Thank you. Well, actually, the question asked. Thank you. The first topic that you mentioned, what is it that you're trying to solve? What is it trying to solve?
Exactly.
And of course, it has social aspect and technical aspect, regulatory aspect, governance aspect. So it has actually many stakeholders. And when we talk about stakeholders here, it's not necessarily to talk about individual stakeholders, but rather bodies, regulator, communities, cities, corporates. So all these guys, we have to go and check what is it that they need so that we can put a proper question around why we need the MaaS. It's not one question from one party. It's a collective intelligence.
Mm-hmm. I'll just have a comment on it. So, of course, we can have many objectives, many objective functions, but what I think the problem boils down to having the quality of life when it comes to mobility within now in the urban areas. And the whole idea is achieving the different objectives, which could be like traffic efficiency, road safety, but still providing the right set of the mobility solutions to the people moving from point A to point B within the urban complex environments. And that could be multimodal or whatever. So that's what I think from the first perspective. But your second question, that interests me a bit more. We were working together with T-Systems, I should not name it. So they have this data of the call records, what you say is the mobile. and they really know like where which mobile user was moving from where to where. They have all this data, and then they have a sister company, and that sister company is really capitalizing on the data that they have to create the solutions, which could go to the marketing, which could go to other places. So although we think that we are preserving our privacy, but I am exposing myself, my mobility, which can be exploited without me knowing it. So mobility, the same thing could happen in this case also.
Yeah. Anything else? Yes. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna continue on what's been said. I think there is a gentleman who put in a definition for MaaS as a solution for as an optimization solution for problem and to minimize the cost. And then really, when you think, I think the gentleman from Faitiq, Faitiq. And then again, if you look at it from the operator or the provider, service provider, is really just it's optimizing the revenue. It's really it's a productivity problem, which is moving as many people as possible with a minimum cost possible. And then this cost, we often translate it as we are minimizing the cost for customers. But really, this is where we're minimizing the cost for the operators. This can be looked at this way, but also there are other agendas like minimizing congestion, minimizing. There is a lot of indirect costs like pollution. Also, people can be looking at it from an ecological point of view, which is trying to minimize the pollution and minimize the number of vehicles in the environment. So it's really a complex, multivariate problem, and it is an optimization problem. But also we can look at it from a ubiquity, like the last gentleman. So even though he put the numbers like maximizing the number of people transported vertically, he gave an example for elevators, which is plus 25%, and minimizing the number of minimizing actually the energy consumption. I believe 40%, yes. So these are good. We'd like to see these numbers, and I think in your case, I thought to ask you this question, and maybe you can, as part of your discussion, you can answer it. What is the performance results of Faitiq? I know you presented some figures, but I didn't get it. Maybe you can comment to that or elaborate. And how did it help? In what way also? So this could enrich the debate as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So to add to Professor Manzoor's point, I mean, certain features are good to have features, but those features come at a very high ecological cost. So, I mean, who owns that, calculating this environmental cost? Is it the universities? Is it the private companies? So private companies are driven for profit. So features, at the end of the day, private companies actually evaluate how much they can make money out of every feature. So that way somebody has to own. Is it the regulator? So somebody has to own the amount of, I mean, boils down to privacy also. So, and coming to Faitiq's, the one we believe, like every feature we add, so how is it going to impact users' life, right? So for example, in performance numbers. So one campaign we did where we had this geofencing where Mall of Switzerland. So everybody who uses a public transport to go to Mall of Switzerland on a weekend gets a discounted public transport ride. And this saw almost like 27% footfall, increased footfall. So like these campaigns, and another campaign where we promoted in a certain area where, you know, people who use public transport, if you do so many journeys, we plant one tree. So certain small campaigns where you educate the user about his or her environmental footprint, and as a private company, as a social responsibility, what we deliver and what they can deliver. So it's like collaborative effort, right, to actually do something. So that's where we don't want to get multiple. I mean, not to build good to have features or fancy features which it might not help people. Like I don't want to get up in the morning and see multiple choices for me. Oh yeah, I can take a e-bike, I can take a shared this thing, I can take a car. I don't want to know, because I know where I want to go. I pretty much follow the same thing. For me, it boils down to cost and time. Like, will it save my time? Will it reduce the price for me? That's all I'm bothered about. So these are some of the fundamental factors as a human we always think when we are developing features. So yeah, so that's what I mean, we as a company try to, you know, kind of balance between the profit and environment, and also delivering value for the end users. Yeah.
I'm not criticizing you in particular, but I published a paper, not myself paper, an editor of a journal, and they analyzed the algorithms that simply, they don't even sell anything. They make recommendations. You want to go from A to B? If you take this, take you so much time. If you take this, Google, here, the other. And they just compare what comes out, huge database in Germany, what they recommend and what the reality is. They compare it against the reality, okay? Because in that city they had all the sectors. And the algorithms are not neutral. The algorithm for Mercedes and BMW, they systematically downplay public transport. It's always longer than it is. The public transport, they oversell public. So, and I'm not even saying it's deliberate, but in itself, the algorithm cannot, you optimize something, you know, which you think is the thing you want to optimize. And you make the point yourself. At some point, you need a regulator that basically says, okay, that's within the limits and that's not within the limit, or I don't know, but I wanted to make that point, you know, it's not just, and you're right, everybody who, and it doesn't make a difference whether it's a public operator or a private operator, everybody optimizes something.
Actually, that's what I wanted to bring up. This, what is the problem? So if you think about it, MaaS is everything but your private car. Okay. Now, if you take that perspective and that framework, so what you're confronted with the decision really in how do I design the system? You say, what is the problem? Well, the problem for me, for urban people, the problem is different from rural people. For urban people, the problem is not the car. The car gives us freedom, gives us ability to move whenever we want and all that stuff, instead of relying on a system that will give us car what we want. So the problem is not the car. The problem for us is, why am I driving the car? To go to work, that's the problem. In rural areas, actually the opposite. The car is the problem. Why? Because I don't have ways to go anywhere. And therefore, if you can achieve any goal, then now the question is, you can't have this as a zero-sum game, right? A zero-sum game is one party wins, the other party loses. The car people, the private owners lose, and the other one win. But the wealth is not created. The wealth is zero, if not negative, right? So if you're going to approach that from a zero-sum game, then really MaaS does not help us resolve these issues. And this is why I ask this question: if MaaS is a solution, can we talk about the problem? Can you marry these two paradigms in a way, the rural and the urban and be able to provide a solution that actually address problems that are clearly not the same, and then do it in the best way possible. That's what I really meant. Anyway.
Okay, if I may, the provocative thing, I want to push this further.
Yeah.
Okay, and you rightly analyzed, MaaS, the uptake of MaaS is not what was sold to us. It didn't really. My doctoral student analyzed Finland. Why didn't it work in Helsinki? Things like that. All the obstacles and all that. Okay, so I personally came to the conclusion MaaS is not an answer to the problem of the individual. It is a problem to the cities. They have congestion, they have pollution, they don't have space, they have all kind of, and they want a more optimal solution.
Yes.
And somehow we're selling MaaS as an answer to the people's problem, where it should be an answer to the public policy problem. And implicitly, even in your speech, that's what you're doing. I see, what have you looked at the latest advertisement of Uber? We are a public service company,
Yes.
okay? We approach the city government, you have problems, and we help you to better organize the traffic in the city, okay? And I think that's more honest, and probably, and what they are searching for is public-private partnership contracts with the public authorities, and maybe that's exactly what you're trying to do. And I think that should be the strategy, to help them solve their mobility problems. And you want greener, you want faster, you want more efficient, you want less parking, I don't know, we'll put it into the algorithm, and we solve the problem. And the citizens and the users, okay, they will comply because they have no other choice, as Dr. Fida says,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, at least, I really think that.
Let's Fida first and then you, that way everybody gets a chance to say something.
Okay. So I just wanted to comment on privacy as a definition, because the way I hear the responses,
Yes.
I feel that this has to be clarified. Privacy is not about keeping the data. It's about sharing it while preserving the privacy of the users.
Yeah.
So here you have a set of techniques that helps you share data. People tend to equate it to confidentiality. It's not. It's about how can I share data while respecting users. So this is one point I wanted to talk about. And there is a lot of research in location privacy. How to anonymize location privacy, how can you share it while respecting users. So the idea is that how can we benefit from this research, putting it together with MaaS, for example, and have some kind of privacy by design. So instead of having it as an afterthought, I'm not sure if this is already done, but these two could be put together, and research could be, you could benefit from this research and have it by design into MaaS.
Yes.
As you were telling about the privacy, yeah, there exist options, but only thing is somebody has to own that, right? So now most of the companies are making money off the data. So as long as somebody does not come and give a credible solution, okay, this is users' personal information and this is the data that you need to give a value to the user. So personal information and data are bundled up today. So because I need to deliver value, so I need data, but I don't need information as a private company. But right now, it comes together. So we need.
I think this is where research comes in.
Exactly.
How can you privately put? So how can you use privacy? And there's, this is also something that privacy research works on. So how can you leverage or take use of what's already been done and use it to solve your problems? Like for example, in healthcare, you have a patient who goes to 1 million hospitals, and then when you want to share the data, you want to share the data of the same patient, but without knowing the identity. So this is something that is already researched and talked about and used.
But I really want to add something, because I think you say a good point. But I think technology made it even harder than that. I give you an example. He said, if I own my data, I am responsible, I can use it as I will. Let me give you an example. God forbid your brother Now, I don't want to do this example. Somebody's brother has committed a crime, okay? And then they go to his brother and then be able to lure his brother to give his DNA. So the brother gives his DNA, and that DNA can implicate his brother in a murder, even though he does not own that data, right? And he does not do any, he is not consenting in anything to be done with it. But this indirect association, because you and your brother share the same DNA, so if you give your DNA to the police, that can have your brother ending up, I mean, the fate of your brother would be end up in. What would you do in this case? He's not giving, he's not allowing his information to be shared, but indirectly, through you, he has to give information away. And that's, so I think the notion of privacy, huh?
This is a big open question
Yes,
of privacy. So,
exactly.
So when you give your DNA, you are consenting for yourself, but that has a lot of implication, not only on your brother, on your family, on your relatives, on your cousins.
But let's assume I'm not in good term with my brother. Say, I'm making $100,000 out of this, right? And then I'm going to give my DNA. The rest is out of my hand. Or what? I'm selling my DNA. The implication of that you would be going to jail, I don't care.
That actually happened in real life. There was a
Really?
case where one went to jail because his brother was had his information public, his
Yes.
DNA information.
So I want to kind of demystify the fact that it's just about ownership of the data. It's a little bit more difficult than that.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. I'm not saying that it's not difficult. However, the point I'm trying to make is that there's a lot of research in location privacy, which is highly related to MaaS. And if there is a will to, of course, the will comes either from wanting to have ethics built into your systems or having the obligation through laws, one of these two.
Yes.
And for example, in Europe, you have a very strong law against, which gives a lot of ownership to the users. So given that, for example, in order to implement any of this in Europe, you have to be thinking about privacy, you have to build it into your system, and you can, the best idea, because a lot of companies are now struggling after the inception of GDPR, how to incorporate this into their working. And since you have now a new system that you are thinking about, you are building, the best way to go about it is to design privacy into it from
But
the
how?
beginning.
The problem is how. I think location is an important matter, but if you look at the journey, this is why I want to put this in a context, because a lot of people don't understand that this is pre all the way up until the post journey. So now if I'm trying to say, I'm showing off this car, I wanted to impress somebody with my car, but they have no idea to know whether this is like a shared car or a borrowed car, or actually I bought it myself. And if I'm trying to impress with it, sometimes somebody gives me away because he happens to work with one of the companies or service provider that started this contract with me. Then all of a sudden, that is not about location. That's about intention and about what I'm doing and all that stuff. And now it's exposing me and what I'm doing as opposed to really just the location I have. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's a whole chain of things. The location is one of them for people to find out where you are at time T. But there are other aspects of life that sometimes will have an impact on decisions that are made about you. Sometimes people say, if you have this Cadillac, that you must be rich, right? But if that Cadillac happens to be borrowed for a couple of hours, I mean, that changes completely the story, right? So that's what I'm saying is we understand that privacy has to be by design. The question is how difficult the problem is. Should that be social regulation that will, and for me, regulation and accountability have to be part of this as a deterrence, not as a problem solution.
I just want to add to this the privacy issue. It's a big debate, and I don't think it's going to. But I want to say that the gentleman, he was saying we are not forced to accept the terms of the privacy, but actually we are, because all application and services rely heavily on us customers giving up a little bit on our privacy. And then again, it's it's very simple. The Dr. Trosh, it was given the example of the elevator sensing you when you come and then it opens. The same thing to the door. So if you don't give up your privacy, the elevator will never open to you. It's as simple as that. So they need to know who you are, where you are, usually what time you come to the building. Is there somebody else who is somebody else next to you so the door is not. So all this is, look at WhatsApp as an example, just to name this. If you don't share your contacts, then it's become, and they make it that way. It becomes not flexible. And this is just an example. And all of they need, because their value added from commercial point of view is based on who we are, what is the range of age we are, our nationality, our shopping habits and things. And this becomes flexible to us. But it's not necessarily a vile thing. They'd like to infringe on our privacy. So it's better, simply telling them, the providers, service provider, tell us a little bit more about you so I can serve you better. That's their message. But sometimes they sell that information to others.
Share one experience on this topic.
Yeah. If I could just,
yeah, please,
I don't
go
want to
ahead.
take the whole time. I just want to point out one thing, which is it's not an easy solution. No one can have answers to all of this. We have to think about it. We have to do research in this area. But for example, your first example, hashing, for example, the information that the elevator gets from you is one idea, for example. How can we solve this one by one is something that we have to deal with, but we have to be willing to think about this problem. This is the issue.
This is. I just wanted to share an example of a project that we did in Berlin. So the idea there was that we needed to deploy a bunch of sensors, and some of them were really video-based sensors. And so I was responsible for bigger part of that work. And it was quite easy a job for me, because from originally where I come, if I put a camera somewhere, I would be happy, and everybody would be happy to take my picture on the road. So, but it was a big problem. And it was a big problem. The problem was that we were not allowed to put a camera before we followed a bunch of steps and protocols, and one of which was that the data has to be anonymized within the sensor inside before it goes to the data center. And this is what I guess you're talking about. So there are to be rules and things. Yeah.
On the edge.
Yeah. And the second thing was that you need to put something on the camera, and which could be read by everyone. Put a contact number. If they have any problem, they should contact you, and you should explain to them why this sensor is there. There's the acceptability part of it. So just wanted to share this.
Yeah. While you're passing, Fida, I'm going to ask you, is privacy inherently different in this state, in this case of MaaS, from typical privacy that we deal with, like in hospital healthcare? Is that different, or do you think that the actual ones? I'm not asking you for an answer, but if you can write like a paragraph or two about this to add, that would be great. Okay? So the question is, privacy is important. It should be done by design. Are there dimensions to this problem that are completely different from what we see in other settings? Or do you think that the technology, if somehow we solve the healthcare problem, privacy issues, do we solve the MaaS issue? Okay. So, I mean, I know they don't have the answer, but if you think about it, I think it'll be something that we can put in the document. That would be an interesting question to have. I think Fadi asked for the microphone.
A quick one, please. Now, in terms of privacy, and I'm not professional in terms of data privacy and these things, but how different is our Facebook application, whatever it gets? You know, it gets lots of information. So how is it different from the MaaS that we are talking about? The simple Facebook application or LinkedIn application, they extract so much data out of us. And you see that sometimes we talk about something and then immediately we see an advertisement about what we talk. So some people say that they are even listening to us. So how different will it be from the MaaS that we are discussing?
Yeah, that's great.
Because
I will switch the talk, but
it will be no different anymore when Facebook buys the first MaaS provider, which may well happen.
But it's an interesting problem. If it's the same, it's the same, but somebody has to look into it. Yes.
Health data everywhere versus Facebook data, for example. Like you cannot go ahead and go to a hospital or the hospital itself cannot share data with whoever it wants. So why? Because there's regulation. There's regulation everywhere for health data. Facebook data, not so much. In Europe, yes. That's why there has been a lot of lawsuits and money for Google and Facebook and all of these companies with GDPR. So it depends on the regulation.
Good point. Faitiq.
Okay, I'm not really very much into MaaS, but what I felt from today as a user, okay, that just jumping the things is that from privacy to something else, like MaaS is not really designed for family, isn't it? I mean, it's considered people as living alone. Right? Like I cannot move I cannot use this system to take my kids to school before I go to work, right? I have to use the car.
No. I mean, in Finland, in the original MaaS package, you have a family version, which includes, I don't know, even your dog or whatever you can, and it's just another packet. It's just another package that you buy. So if you want to have your kids driven to school, then you get this. The taxi, I don't remember what the prices were, but it's close to the to luxury business version where you get a taxi within 10 minutes guaranteed. You just pay more.
Interesting.
Do you have a question now?
No, I wanted to answer his.
But it's your time to pose a question if you want to.
I have another question. Maybe I can relate it a little
bit.
Okay. I can relate it a little bit. Okay. So I think all this is about efficiency. Okay? Basically, it's efficient. We're making systems more efficient, economically, financially more efficient, ecological more, all that. And the question came to me when I heard Schindler at the very end. People are happier, more social interaction, things like that. And I wonder whether there is not a fundamental contradiction. Is there a contradiction between optimizing absolutely everything, elevators, path, things like that, and having, I'm using this word out of the 70s, but hippie age, I'm all out of this time, conviviality, which is not about efficiency. Can these two things be brought together somehow, there is a social price for making everything efficient. And I don't buy these arguments, it's going to be, I totally buy the argument that digitalization makes urban systems more efficient in many dimensions. But I don't buy the argument that it will make automatically people happier, more collective social life, things like that. Is there not a fundamental contradiction there?
Absolutely. I can answer by tying up to the smart city part. Mm-hmm. South Korea created smart city, and they spent like $60 billion. And then at the end, people were labeling that city as a ghost city, because people couldn't even have a chance to take their garbage out. I get blamed, yelled at by my wife constantly because I don't take the garbage out. And guys from South Korea miss the fact that, hey, they will take cigarettes and then take the garbage out, dump it in there and sit there and then smoke that cigarette. Yes. So I think, and then if you look at Finland, so because North Korea drove this exclusively from a technological perspective, and they tried to provide an end-to-end solution, whereby you sit home, your TV works you can call your food, you can dump your trash from home and it goes all the way down it's supposed to go, a car comes back and get it, and all that stuff. And all of a sudden people are not seeing each other anymore. They don't have a chance to meet. When you meet, when talk to people, you go and your neighbors say, okay, I'm doing something. Oh, you're good. I can join you. That conversation is died, and at the end was like a ghost city. Nobody was circulating in there. So there must be a trade-off, and that's what the technical system have to have social impact and dimension to that. If you create technology for the sake of technology, it's not going to go anywhere. You can infatuate people, you can wow them, but nobody's going to use it anymore if it doesn't have a utilitarian use. Yes, Fadi.
That's why when we ask the question why we need it, we need to segment those. We need to segment those users or those operators or those regulators. If we start by segmentation, we can take each segment and pose this question over that segment, and then we do the analysis and see how the main question can answer most of the needs. We will not answer all the needs by all needs, but definitely we will not be able to do that. But if we answer most of the needs, then I believe we arrive into answering the question for why we need it. It's all about segmentation.
Just add to that. So initially when technology started from the 70s, 80s, 90s, the problem most of the tech companies were solving, can we do it? Can we build it? Now it's, should we do it? So who owns the accountability of it can be done, but should we do it? Is it required? And it boils down to like, who are these people who are going to use it, and how much of value is it actually going to be delivering? So yeah, but somebody has to own. I mean, I feel it is responsibility, accountability of everybody to own that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to add. I mean, I made some research for our upcoming book, for the chapter that I'm writing, and Professor Senati asked Professor Alahi, good AI, bad AI, good technology, bad technology. I mean, on the flip side, looking into the literature, you can see that, automated vehicles, okay, you have the technology, but, there is a possibility that it can induce more demand because, those who cannot access or those who cannot use that means of transport like private cars, autonomous vehicles, the same thing. Those who cannot drive, for example, they will be able to access that, and it can induce more demand, and it can add up to the traffic congestion. And there is the case of Uber, I mean, which came out saying that it's shared mobility, efficient, and everything. But I mean, the latest advertisement, it says that it's a more comfortable choice compared to public transport. So I mean, we know that by now Uber is like a taxi company and competing with other modes. So it adds up to the traffic congestion that we already have. I mean, so yeah, I wanted to mention these since that we are discussing. Okay.
Yeah. To this question that you asked about good AI, and it was very interesting one.
Yeah.
So, oh, Mike, is that okay? So there was a study where until you have the fully autonomous vehicle, you need to have the driver sitting behind the wheel, because at some point this driver needs to take over in the unprecedented events. So the study showed that the simple maneuvers in the simpler environment, the vehicle can take it over, and the person who's sitting behind, it may not trust the first 2 days or 2 times or multiple times, but after it worked fine for 2 to 3 times, then the person sitting behind the wheel start trusting it. And then the rest of the time, it might not be a drunk person, it might be a normal person sitting a digest, just sitting behind the wheel, because I'm trusting. But at the point when it comes to an unprecedented event, then the vehicle's control needs to be taken, but the person is not ready. So this transition of taking the control needs expertise. I guess it might not be a bad human being or a good human being. It might be an expert human being or a non-expert human being in this case.
I think the point he was trying to make, he said, if we know how to embed ethics in AI, we're going to be But I thought that was the wrong question to ask. Because even, look, I'm going to give this to you. You can embed ethics in AI. It's impossible. I'm not saying that it is. But assume that you do. AI with ethics is still a tool developed by human beings. So if you have a human being that is malicious, he can go and change that ethics and hurt you. So the problem is still revolves around. If you can say that the AI by themselves as agents develop their own ethics, then now you're running the serious problem of this singularity point, that's point in time where the smart of the intelligent agents surpasses that of a human, and now our fate will be depending on them. And that's the issue. For me, it's still about a human and what we can do, what we can allow to happen. With that said, I don't believe that we don't even understand consciousness. We don't understand what the soul is in a way. I mean, I don't think we even advanced beyond what Plato and Socrates did many years ago. Okay, I think they... exactly.
Yeah. But
yeah.
if I may add a cultural dimension to that, I mean, you know, and he has these nights, there are two people and one people, and then culturally, somebody would say killing one person is less harmful than killing two, you know? Other culture, they would say old people are old people, so even if they're 10, it's old people. Another culture would say old people have to be preserved and they should get, you know, so there's a cultural dimension to that, and somebody will program into it, into it. And you know, I mean, rightly so, people, you know, feminist literature, cultural differences, which culture are we going to program in there, you know? Which is better? So I think that we have to be aware of these kind of things, and it will end up being some American thing at the end, you know.
In the end, it would just be hardwired ethics. That's it.
Exactly.
You just hardwired.
And maybe if I want to come back to the other point about, you know, automatization. I have a past as accident investigator for aviation. Okay, so it's all automatized. The pilot doesn't do anything. Okay, it's about half a minute and takeoff, and then landing a little bit. Okay, and whenever something occurs during flight, it's automatized. The analysis is automatized. It's too complicated. The pilot, we didn't interview. The pilot tells you, it's too complicated. We don't understand. We get a recommendation from the system, and either we trust the system or we don't trust the system. And that's the difference. Okay, so I'll give you that. It's the best story I have. This was this Überlingen accident where two planes collided over Swiss airspace. We investigated that, okay? Russian passenger plane and DHL, okay? And they go to each other. The system detects that they fly against each other, okay? And the system gives an answer and says, you go up, you go down, okay? Except that the Russian pilot doesn't trust the system, huh? So he also goes up. and that's the, you know.
That's a problem, yes.
But it shows, you know, I mean, it was to your point about trusting the...
Have you seen the movie Sully?
Sorry?
Sully. The captain who landed on the bridge in which city was it? Boston. The system told him that he could make it to the airport, but then he landed on and then he analyzed it in the movie, saying that as a human being, I need some time to grasp the data and analyze it, and this fraction or few seconds will not allow me to go to the airport, so I had to land. And when they did the simulation by taking these few seconds to account, they found yes, he was right. He couldn't have made it to the airport. So a human factor has always been there, and this is where we come to the two terms. Are we dealing with a complicated system or a complex system? I think we are dealing with a complex system where human consciousness and human thinking has to play a major role there. It's not a complicated system. If it were a complicated system, mathematics and physics would solve it. But we're dealing with a complex system. And not only one system, a set of complex systems. Thus, we are creating a systemic complexity. One system affecting another system, one complex system affecting another complex system, affecting a third complex system. So honestly, I don't think that a software, by all, with all due respect, these engineers here, software engineers, I don't think that we can program such a complexity. I doubt.
You can, but then you still have to trust
Approximation, but when it comes to the human value, do you want to risk approximation to decide whether you kill 1 or 2 or 10 people? Approximation, yes. When it comes to complicated systems, but such a complexity where the human is part of the equation, I don't want to trust an approximation.
But I disagree. It's not approximation. Look at all these military drones. They go and kill somebody. They know exactly what they do. It's programmed in there, and then there are mistakes.
But
because
they do
you read
mistakes.
the picture wrong.
They do mistakes, right?
Yeah, but
exactly. So when you try to optimize multiple parameters, you need an approximate solution. You
yeah. Okay.
But these parameters belong to a complex system. So in a complex system, do you know all the parameters, or you're just making a deterministic model, but human lives or it's not a deterministic system. It's not even a stochastic system. It's God knows what.
But at some point you have to decide.
Yes, absolutely. Can you ask if anybody online wants to speak?
I think that nobody is there.
Colleagues joining via Zoom, Cassius, Mr. Mohammed Khan, do you have anything to add to the conversation?
Cassius is there.
Yes, I just have, I think all the points made by the experts over there in Dubai were very relevant. I think mobility as a service is complex in nature, right? However, the way I see it is, I see it as to why we are trying to implement mobility as a service solutions is that it's a policy problem. Mm-hmm. Cities in India are inherently complex in nature. So transit-oriented development in the country is being seen as an afterthought. And I think having mobility as a service and even thinking about it becomes imperative for our policymakers and urban planners in the country. And yes, it is the need of the hour. We have invested heavily in the infrastructure. I think now what is needed is investment in the digitization of these systems, of the infrastructure, in fact. Yeah, that's all I want to add to this discussion. Thank you.
But Cassius, you say very clearly, MaaS is a solution to a policy problem. Mm-hmm. And if the customers are better off, then all the better, all the easier to sell for the policymakers.
But it's not that. I think it's bigger than that, more complex than that.
Well, the way we want to do it is more complex. Okay, I agree with you. It's a complex system.
Yeah.
And complex system exhibits behavior that you cannot intend or you cannot specify a priori because of the interaction among all these components. And if you add a human being whose behavior is absolutely impossible to specify, you got even sorts of problems. However, like Dr. Fidas said, we build them adaptively, which means we have the ability to embed enough things in order for us to mitigate impact of bad things when they happen. I think that's the design. The complexity is tamed with adaptivity. Do we solve all the problems? No. I mean, if you look what the United States, I hate this argument of the United States. When they go and drop bombs on countries, and then you say, why did you kill this baby? I say, well, this is casual war, collateral stuff. And I say, what do you mean collateral stuff? Did you know that there is a risk for you to kill that baby? Yes. Then you should have stopped. Ethically, you can't, right? I mean, I remember one day a lady in the United States lost her son in Vietnam. And she said, I don't care how many people died. Million, I don't care. What I care about is I lost my son. And for her, and the world collapsed in there. So those are the difficult issues that we're making, is if we know that the system is going to break, we know that bad things will happen. The question, how we deal with it. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to add one point related to policy and regulation. I remember when there was a lot of talk about using drones as services and application, especially delivering goods and parcels in urban areas. And then the technology was there. People, they know how to pilot the drones. Companies showing interest to do that, and they're ready for deployment. The only thing we're waiting is regulation and policy. They say, oh, wait, we have to develop first regulation and policy. And this was the responsibility of civil aviation authorities around the world. But if you look at MaaS, because you go back to MaaS, if you look at the airlines, the airline industry, we already have some kind of a little bit more advanced example of really mobility as a service. When you buy your ticket, you have they offer you service all the way from sometimes from your home all the way to the hotel by taking a shuttle, then taking a flight, then there is train waiting for you, and then a taxi driver will drop you at the, and maybe they also purchase for you the hotel, and then they rent you a car the day after. So all this can be offered in a package with different services. And because there was a talk about last mile mobility, but actually we're talking about global mobility. And I think airline is a little bit more advanced because technology is there. It's very well advanced. Autonomy is there. It's very advanced. We have autonomous, like Doctor, you were mentioning this, the autopilot mode. So I think they are advanced. And also regulation and policy, very well advanced, because what is in stake is a lot more than what we have in urban mobility or urban transportation. So I think maybe if we take the airline as a benchmark and we start looking at the cities as our skies and regulating the traffic, because right now we don't have really a regulation in the cities, right? Sometimes we have like pollution index, so we say, oh, okay, during the summer, this area we're going to stop cars, or the Golden Gate Bridge, we open it on the weekends for pedestrians only. But there isn't really a regulation. There isn't like traffic or transportation index. We leave it to the drivers to decide how they want to decide. So maybe if we can, maybe this is an example to meditate on and to look at the regulation aspect from that point of view.
That's the hard part.
Yeah.
Because I think MaaS does a little bit more than what the airplane are doing right now. Where the airplane is giving you a journey, but the airplane does not allow you. For example, if I booked a bus ticket and I missed the bus, if I want to take the metro or take something else, it's nearly impossible now. I have to go and do that on my own. Let's assume that what Dr. Muhammad is talking about is I have an integrated system, fully integrated system. Instead of me sitting there and waiting actually somebody used the example, one of them, 5 hours for a bus to take or a seat, I can use this ticket or this badge or whatever it is and be able to rebook something across a different airline. But that requires that all the airline look at this mass transportation as a mass transportation and allow you to, yes, exactly. So now you're having optimized system from the provider perspective, because in your case, if the airplane is not working, there could be another plane. The other plane would not be working, and yet you cannot use that service. But that requires the type of problems that he raised, because you have different stakeholders driven by different purposes, driven by competition, all that stuff, and you would like to have a coherent, comprehensive system to solve this mass problem all the time. I think that is a good thing, but for me, that the fact that they're forgetting the public transportation now because the focus is not there, and focusing only on autonomous drives and what it can do for giving you opportunity to get to transportation as you see fit. They forget the economical other stuff, and then the people who don't have cars, they don't solve that problem per se. So full integration, that's what's required. And the question is, how do we do it within the socio-economical framework that currently exists?
Okay, if I may build on that.
Yes.
Okay, so first, Helsinki. Okay, why didn't MaaS really work in Helsinki? Okay, and actually at the end it's quite simple, because the local bus operator refused to share their data with the MaaS platform. Okay, and the local bus operator belonging to the government had a lot of clout, and then they had to go to the national government to legislate to force the local bus operator, which was continuing to drag its feet, and ultimately there was no business case anymore. So that's exactly it's a good illustration. And now I want to add something. What we are trying in Switzerland, but I have a question whether it will work. But the idea is to force by legislation, the law will go into Parliament this year still, by legislation to share all the transport operators to share their data in what they call a national data infrastructure for mobility. Okay? And then on that basis, I'm sure you're lobbying for it, on that basis, the app solutions could then use this data to offer mobility solutions. Of course, this is lobbying on all the sides. Where it will go through Parliament. Parliamentarians will decide as a result of lobbying. But at least there is an idea to somehow create a common infrastructure. They call it infrastructure, like any other, in the public interest, which then can be used to offer mobility services in this way. I'm not sure what comes out of the parliamentarian, but at least it's an idea worth discussing, I find.
Wow, so you have like a knowledge common of data that could be shared. Well,
But
how do we do privacy for that?
Because I mean, that's one of their concern. It will be anonymized, whatever. But still, I mean, and they say the argument is, which I don't buy totally, but the argument is, since it's a public infrastructure run by the government, it will be in the general interest, and privacy will be things like that. Okay, so that's the argument that goes with it. But I find the idea of somehow looking at digital, sort of disentangling this digitalization and say, okay, there is a digital infrastructure, like a train track, and then there is services like trains using the train track. We do the same thing for the digital layer, and we as a public service provide the data layer, and then the operators, they can provide the services that go, and that's private, and that's commercial, and innovative, and things like that. It's at least worth a thought.
So how are you doing on time? We didn't explore the business aspect. Do we? 10 more minutes. Do we have economists here? Because I'm really clueless. Maybe Fadi, who creates startups.
No, I do.
So I brought up the issue that there is a high value proposition here. The question is, I never seen it well articulated. And what type of business model? Is it going to be like a centralized, it's going to be some sort of a regulated, federated type of model, or it's going to be open model? If anybody can, here we go.
Yeah, so to answer that question, for example, in Bangalore, the biggest loss for the Bangalore Metro Transport Corporation is pilferage. Their operations are so not optimized that they're losing money just by having buses, purely lobbying. Like a local government representative wants a bus in that area, but nobody is using it. So that's their maximum loss. And now they know it, or they don't do anything about it, or there is no system, a centralized system, which can showcase it to the entire department or to the world, right? So they don't have an IT system. Even today, Bangalore is supposed to be the tech capital for the entire world. They give paper-based tickets. And MaaS, for an example, is can be a value add there, because people are constantly, every day morning, like when I used to go to office, this was one common question. should I leave before the peak hour? Should I take my car, or should I use my public transport, or should I go in shared, car or Uber? So this is a common question that they face because the traffic jams are so high. But there, tech providers cannot solve that challenge because there are a lot of other environmental challenges, or ecosystem itself does not support. But that's why MaaS was developed by technologists, not by transport operators, not the government, not the regulators. So now the tech providers, they have built it, now use it. So they're trying to sell it, but the people, they don't understand what to do with it.
But I'm a little bit of an economist, institutional economics, where I see the business model, but you have to answer. You are ultimately doing the business with it. I think the business model for MaaS is to sell solutions to the public sector and to get the public sector to subsidize or create the conditions that the business works. Less pollution, less congestion, more space in the road, whatever kind of thing. The ultimate customer, I'm totally convinced now, is the public sector. And the public sector has to create the conditions that the business model will become. And the public sector profits. You give them back the data, you give them back plenty of things so that they can do better planning, better allocation of resources and things like that. But that's how I see where the business ultimately is.
Yeah, just to answer that question, taking Bangalore as an example again, Bangalore has lost close to maybe, I think, $500 million in the past 4 years just to operating their public transport operations, right? The $500 million is coming from taxpayers' money. So now, if they use better services, so they can at least save, not make money, at least save those $500 million that can be used to provide even better services, maybe e-bikes, maybe, having fancy things. So it's, for us personally as a company, it's not about making profit for the public transport operators, at least not make loss, so that you don't waste taxpayers' money.
Wow. Well, good.
So just to enrich the debate and give it a counter example, Uber, for example, which is not really worried about the congestion and about the planning and I don't know about that.
No, we have data from New York. We have very good data. 30% traffic added.
I think Uber only took the place of the taxi drivers.
They even absorb traffic from the metro.
Yeah, so it's like you're creating another layer of taxi drivers that doing the work, and the taxi drivers are just sitting there or roaming around. Yes, you're right. So, but what I want to point out is that Uber directly went to the customer, the end customer, and offered a solution, and it's not based on creating or minimizing or the congestion, but it's a new value proposition it's a profit. It's for profit. So and it's very successful for Uber. So that's the and most of the regulators are happy with it. Nobody was in the beginning in Europe. I know they were in some places they were forbidding. It was an illegal activity at the beginning, but very quickly it become.
Understand, and I'll give you another example. Understand me correctly. I'm not Uber bashing or any. They have brought innovation. They have plenty of things. But they understand it themselves because they now say, okay, how can we work with the city authority together, to solve and maybe we shouldn't take the traffic away from the metro. We should rather serve the suburban areas and things like that. The example I want to illustrate, because we wrote that with my colleague for the European Parliament, BlaBlaCar. You may know BlaBlaCar.
Yes.
Okay. BlaBlaCar, we have excellent data from France and Spain, where we can show that BlaBlaCar takes traffic away from public transport. Okay. In Spain, it's the public buses, and in France, it's the trains. And the argument, maybe it's better, okay? But the infrastructure, the public transport still has to be financed. And we are raising the argument, the European Parliament is raising the argument, how does some of that money that is made by the private platforms feed back into the urban or into the national infrastructure system so it can go better? Because it's going to be a vicious circle. The trains are going to get worse and worse. There will be thinner and less trains. More and more will go to BlaBlaCar, and that goes against the policy of, you know, favoring, I mean, decarbonization and things like that. So these kind of things have to be thought.
Okay, do you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I will say it from a different background. You are all mostly in the IT and business. I am from the architecture and urban planning. So I think there is a pre-assumption of fixed need in the mass production of things. While people like things to be more customized towards their needs, that's why Uber and Kareem got to be more common for people to use. They don't like things to be imposed on them as they are. They like to have margin of flexibility. So that choice of things is missing in the mass production of things. So the need is a kind of pre-assumed on those mass lines of things. While people don't like things to be fixed. They don't like rigidity of things, especially when they feel overwhelmed of dealing with them. They like to be individually served, and I think people will go into the services that they feel some sort of control on using them, rather that they are controlled in using them.
Does that speak for mass or against mass?
I am with the human kind of service. So I like to feel that people feel the autonomy of using the service, rather that it is like...
Well, that's what mass trying to do, give them choices.
It's not take it or leave it. It has to have some sort of flexibility in its offering, because otherwise you will not have people using it. You are expelling people from the system. You want them to be part of the system. So you want them to be engaged in making the decision in the service that you are producing for them. It's not a network that applies on everybody. So
the concept is okay. It's the way it's going to be built, designed, and offered to the people that has to have the buy-in from the people.
That's why it cannot work as a universal system. It has to be contextualized for each place, according to the culture, to the identity, to the privacy, to the topography, to the morphology. All those items needs to work together.
Very good.
Sorry to take you to different directions.
I know that's a great point.
It's the same direction.
I wish we can end on that point.
It's the same direction. Just to underscore your point, you know, I mean, maybe BlaBlaCar is good in remote areas. You know, maybe Uber is good in the night when there is no metro. You know, you have to have an integrated view of these kind of things. So in some moments, it is more efficient to have mass transit and cram everybody into the train, because that's the more cost-effective. And then in the rural areas, in the hours, in the late hours, in the weekends, it's more flexible. It's better. It's more cost-efficient to have a more individualized system and things like that. Absolutely. I mean, we have this. The ones of you who know Switzerland, you know, we have these post buses who do 50% of the distribution, the public transport in Switzerland. And they're huge, and they're driving empty. And it would be better to have a taxi for the few individual customers late at night when they drive empty, you know?
But planning-wise, I don't want to make it an argument, but planning-wise, you don't want to treat urban areas the same as you treat rural areas. Otherwise, you are sprawling everything the same. That doesn't work climate-wise, environment-wise.
Good point. Good point. But the whole planet is urban.
You'll have the last comment here.
Yes, just the flexibility part of it. I'll add one sentence. So what the public transport has now is the classical version. We have the fixed bus stops. Of course, we are not going to change the whole fixed train stations. But in order to introduce flexibility, maybe thinking out of the box, like dynamic bus stations that can just see the demand through the MaaS platform and then move the bus station. Now, this is the point where the bus would just come and pick you up.
Thank
So
you.
that's basically.
Thank you. Okay, so I wanna do this quickly. 3 questions. By show of hand, do you think MaaS will happen? If you believe that, raise your hand.
What's the question? Will MaaS happen?
Will MaaS happen, or is this hype? Wow. Okay. Do you think MaaS is a solution really for the rural area as opposed to the urban area? No. It's for both.
No, it's for urban.
No, but do you at least believe that it will help? When I say it would happen, maybe it's a good idea for that purpose. No. Yes. Does it serve better the rural area now where people cannot afford to have cars?
The rural area require? What is it the need of the rural area?
People cannot move. I told
Well,
you,
they have their cars.
In Arizona, I've seen young Indians that have to walk miles before they get to the library so they can do their homework.
They require a tailored solution then.
Huh?
They require a tailored solution for those.
They can't buy cars. In the United States, you can't buy
We
cars.
go for
Somebody's gonna
tailored
buy it
solution
you.
for those specific cases, maybe.
Yeah.
But something that is important, we didn't talk about it, is the PPP, especially when we talk about infrastructure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But
This
he had to answer. I mean, we can discuss later. He had this question, but you know, these rural Indians, they have been disenfranchised for centuries before,
I
and
agree.
that this last kilometers is just the latest problem they encounter. So
okay. Alrighty. So I would like to personally thank the Swiss people, including the producer and his assistant. So please give them a hand because they did a wonderful job.
Thanks.
My thanks all to everybody who put a lot of efforts. Dr. Manzoor, where is he?
Yeah.
Dr. Fadi, Dr. Fida, and everybody else who's here. And Maris, okay, thank you very much. And then, but he's part of the Swiss Pavilion. So.
Yeah, he will conclude.
Yes.
But thank you very much.
And then I would like to thank you very much. And then the last word goes to you.
No, I think Dr. Fida still. No?
No.
Can you say a few remarks?
I think we're done. You just want to talk about, like, thank you all for coming. And I think it's time for dinner. I don't want to keep you any longer. Thanks to everyone. You already thanked everyone. So also thank you to the audience who participated in this event.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm going to call upon you to give me something to put in the report. And I wish you would contribute something. Especially, I mean, your point is great. I mean, I would love to see you talk about this modularization of the service to serve specific need as opposed to like a blanket or a size-fits-all type of an approach. Good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you very much to all of you who attended this session, our colleagues from UAE, EPFL Middle East, IGLUS for making this reality. We hope that a very interesting report will be able to be published from this. Thank you also to my colleagues who were able to make the session a success. And as announced, and I think someone is very hungry, we have a networking reception with a few snacks and some drinks outside. So you're welcome to enjoy our beautiful rooftop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait.